That's fine. You turned it on already, right? All right, everyone, please be seated. Thank you. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you all doing today? Everyone comfortable? All right, very good, and welcome. Couple things, I didn't mention it yesterday, I'm gonna mention it to you today. Because we are still technically not having the public come into the building, you see it's still pretty quiet. We have been live streaming the proceedings on YouTube. You will not be, your faces will not be shown in any of the live stream that weren't shown yesterday. The cameras are adjusted accordingly, but I wanted to just let you know that so that the public, because trials are public proceedings, if they wish, could have access, since again, we're not allowing the general public in actually to the building until next week. All right. Okay, very well. And we're back again here. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of State of Florida versus Wolf Sinetas. As I told you, this is a criminal case. Mr. Sinetas is charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault with a firearm. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state has proven that the defendant has committed the crimes charged beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. As I explained to you yesterday, the information, this document here that was filed against the defendant is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to decide what laws apply to this case and to explain these laws to you. It is your responsibility to decide what the facts of the case are and to apply the law to those facts. Thus, the province of the judge and the jury are well defined and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys an opportunity to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. I remind you again, what the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the attorneys will have an opportunity to make their final arguments. And following the final arguments, I will instruct you on the law that is applicable to the case. After the instructions are given, anyone chosen as an alternate juror will be released, and the remaining jurors will retire to consider your verdict. I admonish you not to form any fixed or definite opinion about the merits of this case until after you have heard all of the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law. Until that time, you are not to discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. During the course of this trial, we will take recesses and meal breaks, and during these times, you're allowed to separate and go about your personal business. However, I'm going to remind you constantly during these recesses, do not discuss this case with each other or with anyone else. Do not permit anyone to speak to you about the case or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to speak with you about the case, please remind them you're on the jury. If they persist, please report that to Robert, who will bring it to my attention. This admonition applies to everyone in the court, the parties, the defendant, my staff, the lawyers, witnesses, no communications with each other, no communications with the jury at all, and don't speak about this case in the juror's presence. We are not being rude when we ignore you, but everyone is invested in this process to maintain the integrity of this proceeding. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence that is presented during the trial in your presence, in the presence of Mr. Sinatus, the attorneys, and myself. You are not to conduct any independent investigation. You are not allowed to visit any of the places that are described in the evidence or read or listen to any reports that may exist regarding the case. Again, you're not to speak with the attorneys, Mr. Sinatus, any witnesses, or anyone else about this case until after you have concluded your deliberations and you are formally discharged. As I explained to you yesterday, an important rule of this House is that in every criminal proceeding, the person accused, in this case, Mr. Sinatus, has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it his duty to prove his innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, you may not draw any inference of guilt or hold it against him in any way. The fact that a defendant does not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict or enter your discussions in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure. They have a duty to make objections they believe are proper. When an objection is made, please do not speculate on why it was made. Likewise, if I sustain an objection, which means I prevent a witness from answering a question or a piece of evidence from coming in, please do not speculate about what might have been said or what might have occurred had the witness been permitted to answer. Sometimes during the trial, I need to confer with the attorneys in what we call sidebar conferences. We do this in your presence, but we don't want you to try to listen into the conversation or be concerned about what's being discussed. These are either matters of law for myself to address with the attorneys, or it could even be a scheduling matter. If an attorney requests a sidebar and I say reserve, it doesn't mean I'm mad at them. It means I'm trying to find a good time to have that sidebar conference to address what I believe the issue might be. And don't be mad at them if they request it, and I grant it, and we take a few minutes here at sidebar to discuss whatever the issue is. Don't speculate on what we're talking about. And in fact, if these conversations are going to take more than a few moments, that's likely the time I'll send you out for a break. All right. Let me talk to you about note-taking. Now, each of you have been handed a folder, and inside that folder is a notebook. That is your personal notebook. I do allow you to take notes during the proceeding. However, I have to caution you, notes are only to be used by you to help you recall what the evidence was and what took place in the courtroom. They are not to be used as a substitute for your independent recollection of what transpired in the courtroom. So please, you don't have to take notes. Some people do, some people don't. Don't get so wrapped up in taking notes that you're not paying close attention to the proceedings. Because again, they are only to be used to help you recall what transpired. All right, very well. Let's begin now with opening statements for the state. Yes, ma'am. I'd like you to, if you would, please, I'm sorry, could you use the podium there, madam? If you can move around a little bit, but you're going to need to really keep your voice up. Okay, and if you want to move around a little bit, that's fine, but again, you need to keep your voice up. Okay? Robert, we need to readjust. There we go. Okay. That's fine. Thank you.
We're here today because on June 27th of 2018, this defendant pointed a loaded gun at 18-year-old Felicia Spencer and her grandmother, Sharon Moore, and said he was going to shoot them. The evidence is going to show that the defendant did not stop there. They actually popped the gun, and that the bullet that was inside that chamber fell out and rolled onto the ground. We'll hear from Felicia and her grandmother today. They'll tell us what that moment was like to them. How Sharon, her grandmother, was holding Felicia, sheltering her with her body, praying and begging this man, if he was going to shoot someone, let it be her, and not her grandbaby. The evening of June 27th, 2018 was a nightmare for Sharon and Anisha. It became a day that we would never forget, a day that changed their lives. But when they woke up that morning, the day started out like any other day. We'll hear from Anisha today, and she'll tell us how she worked a shift at her job that day at the debt collection agency. She got to work around 9 p.m. and she was given a ride to her friend and to her grandmother. She'll tell us about that drive, how her friend's in the passenger seat, grandma's in the back, so she's driving a little bit more carefully than normal. She'll tell us how she approaches the intersection of Northwest 20th Street and 7th Avenue. How she makes it almost all the way through. She's got a green light, she goes, she's almost through the intersection when her grandmother speaks up. Tiffany remembers looking to the right, she sees headlights, gets T-boned. Like this defendant. The evidence to show ran red light and hit Quenisha's car on the passenger side. Quenisha's car was spinning out and it lands about halfway across the street from where the defendant's car comes to rest. Quenisha will tell us about those moments after the impact, how the windows are broken in her car, they're smashed, she somehow manages to get out of the car. And she's helping her grandmother Sharon and her friend Tiffany out of the car. She'll tell us that's when this defendant approached her aggressively. He starts calling her all kinds of names, yelling at her, and Quenisha, she's yelling back. They get into it a little bit, and this defendant walks away. Quenisha thinks that's it, it's over. But it's not. We'll hear from Sharon and Quenisha today. How the defendant approaches them the second time. This time, armed with a gun. Quenisha will tell us that this defendant got in her face again, and for the second time that night, she got to look at him. She'll tell us his words in that moment, and exactly what he did. He pointed a gun at her and her mother. Told her, gun is loaded, and he will shoot her. Cocks the gun. The bullet that's in the chamber falls out, rolls to the ground in Quenisha's car. Sharon will tell us that at this time, she's sheltering Quenisha, holding her, protecting her with her body, crying, praying that they're going to make out as alive, pleading for this defendant to shoot her and not Quenisha. They're bystanders, watching what's going on, and they call 911. You know, play those 911 calls for you. You'll be able to hear it yourself. You'll warn those voices as they're telling the 911 operator, he's got a gun. They leave out of fear, just watching what's going on, while Quenisha and Sharon are living it. A few moments after this defendant points that gun and threatens their lives, they hear police sirens. And Sharon will tell us how relieved she was when she heard that the police had arrived. Detective Not was the first officer on the scene that night. He'll tell us how he was able to take the defendant into custody. How that gun that was defendant used to threaten Sharon and Quenisha, that gun was found in the waistband of this defendant's pants. Officer Pastor, Sergeant Pastor, arrived shortly afterwards. He'll tell us how he saw that bullet that had fallen out of the defendant's gun right by Quenisha's car. He'll also tell us he spoke with Sharon and Quenisha that night. He remembers what it was like for them. They were scared and shaken. And Sharon's blood pressure was so high, she had to be transported to the hospital right then and there. By the time that the doctor in this case, Officer Gonzalez, arrives on the scene, Sharon's already on her way to loss. Officer Gonzalez will tell us all about his investigation in this case, how he took the gun that was defendant used into evidence, took the bullets into evidence. He'll even demonstrate for us, using the firearm and some big bullets, what it looks like when someone cocks a gun and the gun that, the bullet that's in the chamber falls out. So we'll get to see Manisha and Sharon saw on the evening of June 27th. I think it's it will become clear that on that night was spent. It will become clear that he could have just walked away. Could have yelled at them, enough of that. But what the evidence is going to show today is that instead, this defendant decided to point a loaded gun at an 18-year-old girl and her grandmother and threatened to shoot them over a car accident that he caused. At the end of this trial, my co-counsel, A.S.A. Johnson, will review all the evidence in this case. We will ask that you return a verdict, the only verdict that is consistent with facts, the law, and with the truth of the matter. A verdict finding this defendant guilty on both counts of aggravated assault with a firearm.
Thank you, counsel, for the defense.
An incomplete investigation and the government's failure to follow up is why we're here today. And that's the exact reason why we have an innocent man here facing charges, wrongfully accused for a crime that he did not commit. On June 27, 2018, Mr. Mendez was called for an extra shift at work. And he said, of course, we can always use the extra one. Takes his uniform, gets in his car, puts his lawfully concealed weapon in his waistband, and is on his way.
I'm sorry, excuse me. May I see the lawyers, please? Thank you. Yes, thank you.
He's in his car. One intersection, two intersections, three intersections, when he gets into a serious car accident. His life is changed. It is flipped upside down in a matter of seconds. He gets out of his car. There's fluid everywhere. It could be oil, it could be gas. He doesn't know, so he gets out of the car. Airbags deployed. This car could explode. He walks away from it. And he's arguing with the other driver. Everyone is in a daze. Everyone is just stunned. They're arguing back and forth. Next thing you know, he sees blood rushing down his arms. And he thinks, oh my goodness, this gun could have accidentally gone off and I maybe shot myself. So he takes out the gun and he points it to the ground, takes out the clip, wraps, pulls back the slide, and out comes a bullet on the ground. This gun is disarmed. Puts the gun back in his waistband. He waits for police to arrive. When the police arrive, he is put in handcuffs. Because the two people that you will hear from today, Ms. Moore and Ms. Spencer, say that he supposedly pointed this gun at them and said he was going to kill them. Members of the jury from the state's own witnesses, you are going to hear that did not happen. Now, the state, as we heard here today and we heard yesterday, they have the burden of proof here. They need to prove to each and every one of you, beyond and to an exclusion of every single reasonable doubt. And let me tell you, members of the jury, I won't be the first, and certainly won't be the last. They will not be able to prove their case here today, because they need to bring forth evidence that will say that Mr. Senatus intentionally and unlawfully threatened, either by word or act, violence to Ms. Spencer and to Ms. Moore, and that at the time, Mr. Senatus would have appeared to have the ability to carry out that threat. The act Mr. Senatus is accused of doing would have supposedly created in the minds of Ms. Moore and Ms. Spencer a well-founded fear that violence was about to take place. All of that needs to come from this table right here. Members of the jury, at the end of this case, ask yourselves, did they do that? And I am certain that you won't believe, you won't agree. Now, in their best efforts to prove their case to you, they're going to bring you several witnesses. As you heard, you're going to hear from the driver, Ms. Spencer. Now, Ms. Spencer is going to have to tell you that she was driving her mom's car. As you heard, she's 18 years old. She's upset about the damages. She's going to have to explain those damages to her mother. Now, she's going to also tell you that she saw two things that day. First, that she saw Mr. Senatus supposedly pointing a gun at her and threatening her, right? Second, she's going to tell you that Mr. Senatus was supposedly tased by the police that night. Members of the jury, I urge you, listen to the facts and listen to the evidence that is going to come out. Because through the state's own witnesses, you will hear that at least one of those two things didn't happen today. Leads you to question, what actually happened? Now you're also going to hear from Ms. Moore. She's Ms. Spencer's grandmother, the backseat passenger in this case. She was in the back. She had such injuries to herself that day. She couldn't get out of the back door. She had injuries to her eye from glass. She will also have to admit to you that on that day, she had her eyes closed for a part of it. But you know, she's going to come here and say that she saw Mr. Senatus point the gun and threaten her too. Now, at the same time, Ms. Moore's going to have to tell you that she had such high blood pressure that she didn't get a chance to talk to police on the scene that day. She was taken in an ambulance and went to the hospital. You're also going to hear from some officers that were there on the day of the crash. You have Officer Gonzalez, who was the lead investigator. He wrote up the reports. He spoke to the witnesses. However, this officer will have to admit to you that he never returned back to the business to collect any CCTV footage. And also, he will have to admit to you that he never had any of these witnesses write down their statements. And you might hear some excuses as to why those things didn't happen. Members of the jury, you must remember, excuses are not evidence. You're going to hear from another officer, Officer Kennedy. He was one of the first officers to arrive on scene that day. He'll also tell you that he saw fluids coming out of the car. They had to have two tow trucks come in with the ground on the floor because of all the fluids to make it safe for other people to drive. And he's going to tell you how to make firearms safe. He's going to tell you that he followed the same exact steps that Mr. Senatus followed on that day to make the gun safe. Remove the clip, clear the chamber, pull back the slide, rack the gun. All things you're going to hear that he did. And matter of fact, when he pulled back the slide, guess what came out? Nothing. Why? Because that gun was made safe. By who? Mr. Senatus. And finally, you're going to hear from Sergeant Pastor, the supervisor on the scene. Now, if anybody was tased on scene, members of the jury, do you know who's going to hear about it? The sergeant. Because the sergeant is going to have to get a report about them. And he's going to have to do some follow-up. Now, guess what Sergeant Pastor is going to come in and tell you? You're going to hear that he never got any of those reports. He never heard that Mr. Senatus got tased. And why? Because that is just something that didn't happen. He's also going to tell you that he was aware of the CCTV footage and that nobody went back to get it. This right here, something very rare, something that hardly ever happens. The state is going to play for you. Mr. Sine was talking to the police. And not at one point will you ever hear that he pointed that gun at anybody or that he threatened anyone. Now, it's important to remember, members of the jury, you are the ones here that are evaluating the credibility of all the evidence. You have the right and the duty to give it its weight or to completely discredit it. After hearing all the facts, we are confident that you will see all the inconsistencies of all the witnesses in their stories. You will see the incomplete investigation and the state's failure to follow up. Today, what you won't see is going to be immensely, incredibly more powerful than what you've heard. You're going to have more questions than you have answers. And when that happens, look at that table right there and say not guilty. I urge you to render the only verdict that the law supports, that the evidence and justice demand. Find Mr. Sinedas not guilty. Thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. State your first witness.
The false Quenisha Spencer. Quenisha Spencer.
What's the first name again?
Quenisha.
Madam, would you please step forward, face the clerk, raise your right hand to be sworn. Come on up here. Thank you. That's good, right there. Mhm.
You solemnly swear to affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and
Yes.
you can see it.
Thank you, madam. I'm going to ask you to please speak nice and loudly into the microphone, okay? Very good, thank you. Go ahead.
Morning. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, my name is Quenisha Spencer,
How old are you?
21.
What do you do for work?
I'm currently not working due to the pandemic.
What was your last job you had?
Call center supervisor
How long did you have that job?
for a year and a half.
Where were you working on June 27th of 2018?
United Collection Bureau,
What does United Collection Bureau do?
the third party debt collection.
Did something happen on June 27th of 2018 that changed your life?
Yes.
Do you remember that day? How did that day start for you? What were you doing?
That day started off pretty normal. Woke up, went to work, got off work, ran an errand,
You said you got off work. What time did you get off work?
got off work at 9 p.m.
And what's the first thing you did after you got off work?
When I got off of work, I took my friend Tiffany here with me from work. We work at the same workplace. When we got off of work, I went to take my grandmother home.
Where did your grandmother live?
My grandmother was at my house.
Where's your house?
My house is in Dark Pines.
Okay, you said you were taking her home, so where were you taking her?
I was taking her to Miami where she lives.
How old were you on June 27th of 2018?
I'm sorry, say that again?
How old were you on June 27th of 2018?
18.
So how was the drive from your house on the way to your grandma's house?
The drive was pretty normal. I wasn't speeding or anything, and my grandma was in the car. She didn't like drives.
Were you able to make it to your grandma's house? Okay.
No,
What happened?
maybe just about a few blocks away from my house, we got into the car.
Tell me about that car accident. What exactly happened?
I was just a few blocks away from her house, and I was headed past an intersection, and right under the light, a car T-boned us from the right side.
So you were going through an intersection. Do you remember what color the light was for you when you went?
The light was green.
You said that you made it almost all the way to the intersection and someone hit you from the right. Do you remember seeing that car before it hit you?
Maybe just a few seconds before it hit us, I looked up, I heard my grandmother screaming that the car was going so fast and she didn't think it was gonna stop. And I looked up, I saw headlights, and the next thing.
What's the first thing you remember after the impact?
I remember being sore, feeling tired. I was in a lot of pain.
Were you able to get out of your car?
I was able to get out of my car. I had to reach on the outside of the door to open it because the door handle on the inside was broken.
Which reading was previously marked as stage 1C for identification. And first, I'll show you that.
Mhm.
And first witness.
You may. Remember to keep your voice up, counsel.
Oh,
Thank
yes,
you.
Your Honor, sorry.
Mhm.
I am handing you what has been pre-marked as stage 1C for identification. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
that is my mom's car. It looks like it's stuck with it after the accident.
Were you present when this photo was taken?
Yes,
You said that it's your mom's car. Was this the car you were driving on the evening of June 27th of 2018?
yes,
Does this fairly and accurately represent or depict how the car looked after the crash on that evening? The state moves to enter what's been previously marked as stage 1C for identification into evidence as states A.
Any objection?
no,
No objection.
Permission to publish to the jury?
First handed to the clerk.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Stage 1C marked for identification, no stage 1 in evidence.
May I publish to the jury, Your Honor?
You may.
What do the windows of your car look like after the crash?
the windows were completely smashed.
Sorry, I just meant your mom's car.
The windows were completely.
I'm sorry, ma'am. You need to keep your voice up. I'm sorry. Couldn't hear your answer. You need to keep your voice up.
The windows were completely smashed.
What's the first thing that you did after you got out of the car?
My grandmother and my friend Tiffany were still in the car, so I had to help them.
Were you able to get everybody out of the car? What happened when you were standing, or right after you guys all got out of the car?
Right after we got out of the car, there were a few people on the side that helped us. We were just trying to figure out if it would be okay. They called police for us to get some help.
Did you see where the driver of the other car, where his car landed?
No, it was around the corner and I wasn't really concerned about the other driver. I was just concerned about my grandmother and making sure that my grandmother and my grandmother were okay.
Did you ever have any interactions with the driver of that car?
Yes.
How did that interaction start?
That interaction started off pretty badly. The person that I was, he came up and he approached us and he was just yelling at us, calling me out my name. And suddenly the accident was my fault.
What names was he calling you?
Called me, excuse my language, a bitch, a whore, stupid.
What did you do or say in response to that?
I told him that I wasn't ghosting, told him that the accident was his fault.
What happened after that?
After that, he went back from me. I was guessing towards his car. I guess it was around the corner from us.
Was that the last time that you interacted with him that night?
I thought it was going to be the last time, but no.
That first time he interacted with you, how close was he to your face?
Maybe about 4 feet.
Did you try to look at him? Do you remember what his face looked like? The second time he came up to you, tell me about that.
The second time he came up to us, he was a little closer this time. He came with the same energy, telling me that it was my fault and how was he going to explain this to his family and would still call me out of my name.
Was he armed either time?
The first time he wasn't, but when he came back the second time he was.
What was he armed with?
He had a gun.
How could you tell that it was a gun?
It was right in his hand. He was close enough to me so I can see it.
You said that he was even closer the second time. How close would you say he was to you the second time you approached him?
Maybe about a foot or two.
What did he say that second time he approached you with the gun?
He told me, again, he was still calling me out of my name, and then he told me that the gun was loaded and he wasn't playing with me, that he would kill me.
Where was the gun pointed when he was saying those things?
He pointed at me.
Your grandmother, where was she at that moment?
My grandmother was right behind me on my shoulders.
What was she doing after he made those threats and pointed the gun?
She had got in front of me. She put her hand in my mouth and she kept telling me to be quiet. And she looked at him and she told him to spare my life and take hers instead.
And what was going through your mind at that moment?
At that point, I can honestly say I was ready to die at that point. I had already gotten into the accident, so I'm sorry.
Robert.
I was already in the accident, so I was like, that was already my first chance at it. So, clearly at this point, it was just, my time. So,
Did he do anything with the gun when he was pointing it at you?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, did he do anything with the gun physically when he had it pointed at you?
he told me that the gun was loaded, that he wasn't playing, and that he would kill me. He had cocked the gun back. A bullet casing came out, and
see that bullet come out? I'm so sorry, we're getting you some tissues. I'm sorry. Did you see that bullet casing come out?
Yes.
Did you see where it landed?
It landed, just on the sidewalk right next to me, on my bottom foot.
And what happened, after G had pointed the gun at you, after all that, was that the end of the interaction?
Thankfully, yes, we heard police sirens, and, that's when he headed back towards his car.
Did you talk to the police that night?
Yes,
Was this, everything that you described to me, did all this happen in Miami-Dade County?
yes,
Do you recognize in court today the man who held a loaded gun at you and propped it and said he was going to shoot you?
yes.
Can you please point him out to the jury by an article of clothing? He's wearing?
He has on a navy blue suit with a white shirt, possibly a brown black tie.
Of the record felt that the witness has correctly identified the gun.
So reflected.
Anisha, when he pointed the gun at you, did you believe he was going to shoot you?
Yes, without a doubt.
One moment to confirm, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Anisha. The state tenders the witness.
Cross.
Morning, Ms. Spencer. Your testimony today is that Mr. Sinatus pointed a gun at you, right?
Yes,
So that means he held a gun in his hand, right?
yes,
That means he stood in front of you.
yes,
Okay? That means he raised his arm, right?
yes,
In the barrel of that gun, you're saying, your story is that he pointed it in your direction.
yes,
Ms. Spencer, it's also true that you believe Mr. Sinatus was tasered by the police, right?
yes,
So again, that means you saw an officer with a taser in his hand. Correct, ma'am?
I believe I did.
Okay.
Like I said, at the time, he had went back towards his car. It was around the corner from us, so I don't exactly know what happened after he pointed the gun at me.
I'm sorry, you just stated that you believe he was tasered by the police, correct? I heard that right.
I didn't just state that, but that was in my original statement. 3
Okay.
years ago.
3 years ago, and you were certain when you testified in that statement, right?
I believe, I said I believe,
But you wouldn't testify about something you're not sure about, correct?
I believe so.
You believe so. Just like you believe that my client pointed a gun at you, right?
I did.
So let's go back to this incident with the taser. When you saw the police officer supposedly taser my client, he also lifted his arm in the air, right?
I don't know about his interaction with the cops after they came to rescue me.
Okay, so you're saying that you don't remember if you saw his an arm raised in the air by the police officer, is that correct?
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
Did you or did you not see a police officer raise his arm with a taser in his hand?
No.
You didn't? Okay. But you believe he was tasered, right?
Not asking you.
Sustain.
And if you believe that he was tasered, you must have heard the sound of the taser going off, the loud clicking noise, right?
Should be.
I'm sorry?
Should be.
Should be.
It's not every day that you hear someone be.
Right. And that's a good point. It's a very distinctive noise, isn't it? Ma'am?
Correct.
And you don't forget a noise like the ticking taser, right? So you saw the prongs of that taser leave the taser and strike him?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you hear his screams when the electric currents went through his nervous system?
No, I did not.
But you did see him get tased. We're not disputing that, right?
I believe I glanced over for a second and I did see that, which is why I didn't mention it.
Right. So in your version of events on 6/27/2018, two different men, right, raised their arms at certain points during that incident, right?
I don't know about the second man that you're talking about.
The officer, a uniformed officer,
Don't know which uniform officer you're talking about.
but you know there was one, right?
There were multiple uniform
But
officers.
you only saw one raise the taser.
I never saw anyone with a taser.
Yeah. So you're telling this jury that you believe he was tasered, but you never saw anyone with the taser. Is that your testimony today?
I said I believe he was tasered because I think I heard someone say it, but I never even mentioned it today.
So you're saying that you never, that now it's someone else told you he was tasered. Is that correct?
I believe.
You believe. So you keep going back to what you believe. So in your version of events, you now didn't see a taser. Is that correct?
Yes.
Which completely contradicts what you just told the jury a few questions ago.
I didn't say anything about
Okay. So you didn't mention a taser a few moments ago. Is that what you're saying?
you were the first person to mention taser.
Well, ma'am, didn't you just tell us that it was you who brought up the taser event in a deposition that you mentioned, right?
This was after you brought up the taser.
Ma'am,
I
during that day,
I'm sorry, did you finish your response, ma'am?
am not sure what taser has to do with this. I'm not sure what you're asking me.
All right, next question, please, counsel.
of course. Ma'am, in your version of events, Mr. Sonatas raised a weapon, right?
Correct.
And similarly, you stated an officer also raised his arm to tase my client, correct?
Sustained, counsel. You've already asked that question. Thank you.
And in both cases, someone is raising an arm and pointing it at someone, based on your version of events.
I cannot say about this second man that you're speaking about with this taser because I never saw that event happen.
Right, so now you would agree with me though that it's different than what you just told the jury a few moments ago, right?
Sustained, counsel.
Ms. Spencer, you were driving the car involved in the accident of June 27, 2018, right?
Yes,
Now that's almost 3 years ago,
yes,
but at the time you were driving, you had 2 passengers in the vehicle. And because you were the one driving that vehicle, you were ultimately in control of that vehicle, correct?
correct.
And as the driver of that vehicle, it's your responsibility to ensure the safety of the passengers therein, right?
Correct.
And as a result of this accident, your grandmother was going in and out of consciousness, correct?
Correct.
Not just once, but several times. Correct?
I'm not my grandmother to answer that question. I cannot answer how many times she went out of consciousness.
You observed her go in and out of consciousness several times, correct?
Sure.
Sure. Is that a yes or a no?
Yes,
Now, the car you were driving, that didn't belong to you, did it?
no, it was my mother's car.
Your mother's car. And she lent you that car, right?
Yes,
With the expectation that that car is returned in the same condition she lent it to you.
yes,
You did not insure that vehicle yourself.
no,
And you didn't buy it yourself.
no,
But at the end of the day, it was damaged.
yes,
And you would have to explain to your mother car runner what happened, right?
Yes.
Now, when you were on scene, the police approached you about the accident, right?
Yes.
They were performing an investigation into how this car accident happened, right?
Yes.
And you know, when you were on scene, that they were going to make a determination as to who was at fault, correct?
Yes.
And based on what you told them, they would consider that in making their determination.
What's the basis?
Speculation, minus knowledge.
Sustain.
You were asked questions about the investigation, right?
Yes.
You were asked questions about how the accident happened.
I'm not exactly sure what questions I was asked that night by the cops in regards to the accident. What was it my main concern?
But you were concerned about things like who was going to pay for the tow, right? Who's going to have to pay for towing the vehicle?
Yes, because it was my mother's car. I was 18 at the time. I just started working. I didn't know how these things were going to be handled.
Right. And you understood the consequences of being at fault for an accident?
Objection.
Sustained.
You understand the consequences of a car accident, though, right?
Yes.
You understand those consequences can be civil and monetary?
On sidebar. All right, thank you, counsel. You can proceed.
Ms. Spencer, you described a car accident earlier, remember that? This was a serious accident, right?
Yes.
So serious that 6 to 8 other people showed up to help.
All right, I'm sorry. I need to hear your answer now.
Yes.
Thank you.
Both cars were totaled as a result of this accident, right?
I'm not sure what happened to the other car, but my car was.
And After this accident, you were a little dazed and confused, correct?
I'm sorry, madam, again?
Yes,
And as a result of this accident, you weren't sure if you lost consciousness.
Yes.
But your attitude shifted at one point, isn't that true?
yes, I did get a sudden boost of adrenaline once, my grandmother had told me that the car was on fire. But it wasn't, it just, we could get up and realize that we had to get up and get out of the car.
I'm sorry, your grandmother told you the car was on fire, is that correct?
She thought that the car was on fire.
And she voiced that opinion to you.
Yes,
And that adrenaline kicks in, and you get angry, don't you?
no, not immediately.
Not immediately, but right after the accident, you did get angry, right? You got mad.
I did get mad once the other person in the accident approached me and started calling me out of my name and telling me that the accident was my fault
Right, because you didn't want to be blamed for the accident, right?
because I was not at fault for the accident.
Right, and you wanted to make sure the officers knew you weren't at fault for that accident.
The officers were not there at that point. I wanted to make sure that he knew that he was not at fault for the accident.
So you wanted to make sure that Mr. Sonatas knew that it was his fault, right?
Yes,
And you said he called you names, right?
yes,
That's a two-way street, isn't it? You called him names too, right?
no,
You didn't call him dumbass on TV?
I possibly could have called him that, yes,
Right. You wouldn't call someone that unless you were angry, right?
yes, it's very hard for me to call someone that is older than me out of my name, so even to say I called him that was a lot, yes,
And you made sure he knew that it was his fault, correct?
yes,
In fact, you were so upset, your grandmother had to hold you back in her arms so you wouldn't go after her, correct?
no.
She didn't have to hold you?
She held me just to console me,
Oh, so she was holding you because you were crying?
yes, because I was angry,
So your testimony is that she didn't have to hold you back from going after
no.
because you were calm.
Why would I go after a man that I clearly know I could not do anything well?
It's a great question, but the question was, were you calm or were you angry?
What was your question? Was I calm or angry in what state?
When your grandmother was holding you?
I was, my grandmother was holding me out to the crying.
You were crying partly because you were mad, not at him.
I was crying because I was in pain. I was crying because I didn't understand why someone was coming after me when they didn't. When they hit me, I was angry with him. Yes, crying for all sorts of reasons.
I want to go back to the order of events with the fire. Can we go back to that? Do you remember that?
Yes,
He approaches you with the firearm.
can we go back to it? No,
Well, we are. That's okay with you, okay? Because I want to address that.
it's not okay with me, so
So you don't want to talk about the firearm?
ask me, it's optional. I'm saying no, so we're gonna skip past it.
All right, let's do this. Council can ask questions and you'll respond to the questions.
Ms. Spencer.
And if there's an objection, then you'll wait for me to rule on the objection. Ask a question,
Thank you.
council.
Your story is that when he approaches you with the gun, he takes the magazine out, right?
I don't know what magazine is.
The thing that holds the bullets? Did you see that come out of the gun?
No,
You didn't see that come out of the gun. Do you remember telling the police that he took the magazine out of the gun?
no,
Well, if I showed you a part of your statement that you made to the police, would that refresh your recollection? Okay.
but I don't.
Wait till there's a question, ma'am, okay? Just listen and wait for a
So,
question.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach the witness to refresh recollection as to her statement that she gave to police.
Show it to counsel. All right, so read it to yourself, madam.
I don't need to.
So, ma'am.
I don't need to.
Madam, excuse me.
I no longer.
Do you need,
the
you don't need to
recollection
refresh your
of the
recollection?
crime. I
That's
just
fine.
said I don't need
So
to.
let me ask the question. Did you told the officer that Mr. Shadders took the magazine, the clip out of that gun, right?
Yes,
Sorry?
yes,
Yes. Okay. And at that point, he then pulls back the slide,
yes,
and in doing so, a casing from inside the firearm falls to the ground, right?
yes.
And Ms. Spencer, it's fair to say Mr. Sonatas didn't fire the gun, right?
No, he did not fire.
And you would agree with me that a gun cannot fire without bullets.
Had he had the chance, I do believe that he would
Ma'am.
have.
Madam,
But sure, the gun cannot fire without bullets.
And at the point when he pointed it at you, there was no longer bullets in that gun, correct?
There's no way that I can say there were no more bullets in that gun. I just know that there was a bullet, so there could have been a lot more.
Right, and that bullet, you saw that bullet on the ground, correct?
Yes,
And you just testified that the magazine had been removed from the gun, right?
yes.
No further questions.
can you redirect? You may proceed.
Sure. I'm talking class about.
I'm sorry, madam. Gotta keep your voice up.
I'm talking class about your grandmother holding you that night. Why was your grandmother holding you that night?
My grandmother was holding me, because she saw a change in his demeanor. She just wanted to keep me close to her, to make sure I was okay. I was crying. She just wanted to hold me.
And we also talked in class about the gun being loaded. And you mentioned that he cocked the gun. Did you see that happen for sure?
Yes,
And when he cocked the gun, what did you see happen after that?
once he cocked the gun, that's when the bullet casing came out.
Were you scared that there were more bullets in there?
Yes,
And at that point, after he cocked the gun, did you think that he still might shoot you?
I thought that there still was a chance, but we heard sirens and he immediately went back to his car.
No. Anisha, at any point, did you pursue this defendant yourself?
I'm sorry, what do you mean by that?
Did you attack him or run after him or strike him or anything like that?
No,
Do you remember your grandmother doing anything like that?
no.
Who started the conflict between you and this defendant?
He started the conflict.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. The witness is excused. Thank you. State your next witness. Ms. Moore, would you please step forward? Would you face the clerk and raise your right hand to be sworn? Come a little closer, thank you.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you, madam. Ask you to have a seat there. And you would keep your voice loud and speak into the microphone. You don't have to get too close, as long as you speak nice and loud. All right. Thank you, madam. You may proceed, counsel.
Good morning, Ms. Moore.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Sharon Moore.
How old are you, Ms. Moore?
65.
On June 27, 2018, did something
Counsel.
happen?
Yes.
June 27, 2018, did something happen to change your life?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened?
An accident on my way coming home.
How old were you on that day?
63.
And when you say you were on your way home from somewhere, who were you with?
I was with my family in Fort Lauderdale to one of my daughter's house. I have 4 daughters, and we had a cookout. And my granddaughter got off work, and she was bringing me home from Fort Lauderdale. And I stayed overtime on 20th Street, near 20th Street.
Okay, and what's your granddaughter's name?
Quanisha.
Is she your only granddaughter?
No, I have 8 granddaughters.
Madam, you can move just a little bit back. You come over in your chair. That's good because you have a nice loud voice. So that's good. Thank you.
So on the way back to Miami from Fort Lauderdale, who was in the car with you?
Quanisha Spring, Tiffany, and myself,
Who was driving?
Quanisha.
Where were you seated in the car?
I was back passenger on my right hand side.
So how was the drive going?
It was going nice. We were singing, and we just had talking stuff, and we were singing.
Do you remember about what time it was that you
It
were
was
driving?
after midnight.
Okay. So, did you make it home okay?
No, I did not.
What happened?
On the corner of 20th Street and 7th Avenue, we approached the light, and we proceeded to go through. And I looked to my right, and I saw a car coming, and I said to Quanisha, he's not stopping. The car's not stopping. And Quanisha tried to go turn, but he was going too fast that he came straight through the light.
And there was an impact?
Yes, ma'am. The impact was very horrific because our car ended in the bushes going the opposite direction of the way we was traveling, and his car ended the way that we were going.
So what's the first thing that you remember after the impact?
Having something all over, it's like strawberries all over me, and just thinking, oh my God. And I told Quanisha, are you all right? She said, yeah, grandma, I'm all right. I couldn't get out. I had something stuck in my neck, a piece of steel or something was stuck in my neck. And someone had to help Tiffany get out. At this time, people from inside the building was approaching the car, helping them get out of the car. And I heard Quanisha fussing.
Objection, hearsay?
Oh,
Okay, so, after you were able to get out of the vehicle, what did you see?
Quanisha was fussing, and I told her to be quiet because the person was fussing back at her. He was coming from, the voice was coming from my right, and I told Quanisha to be quiet.
Did you eventually see the person who was arguing with Quanisha?
Yes,
Can you describe his appearance?
I saw him after I got out of the car and standing by Quanisha trying to tell her, don't talk to him because he was cursing. And,
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
yes, the young man sitting over there.
The witness is correctly identified.
And when I saw,
excuse me, ask further description, counsel.
Can you please identify him by an article of clothing he has on?
He had on a blue suit and a white shirt and a dark colored tie.
For the record, reflects.
So reflective.
And
Do you remember what he was saying?
I remember him, when I heard it, it was to my right. But by me embracing Quenisha to tell her to be quiet,
Why were you telling her to be quiet?
because he was cursing. And I just told Quenisha, don't argue with him. And another one of the witnesses also, after he heard me call her name, he said, Quenisha,
Objection,
just be,
hearsay.
Overruled.
he said, Quenisha, be quiet. And I was holding her to touch so she could be quiet. And the next thing I look up,
Okay, let me pause you right there. Do you remember how far apart the vehicles were, your vehicle that you were in and the defendant's vehicle after they came to arrest?
maybe 50 to 60 feet apart,
Okay, were they on the same side of the street or opposite sides?
we were on the same side. But my car was heading the direction that he was going, and his car was heading the direction that we were going.
So, after he approached the two of you the first time, did he retreat?
When he approached us, I was hugging Quenisha, and as I look up, I said that everybody had disappeared. And I was wondering in my mind what happened. And as I turned to my left, the guy was pointing a gun at us.
How close was the gun?
I can reach it. He was that close to us.
Do you remember if it was a pistol or a shotgun
A
or?
pistol. And he said to me that I should shoot you motherfuckers right now. And I said, sir, she didn't even hit your car. He said, well, what you gonna tell my kid? I said, she's sorry. And at this time, I'm still holding on for Isha because I didn't want her to open her mouth. And I was telling her to be quiet. And she's mumbling to me, Grandma, I can't breathe. And I said, just be quiet. And he clicked the gun, the bullet fell to the ground. He clicked it again. And I was really afraid of it because I thought he was about to shoot us. So I told Quenisha, just be quiet, I'm mumbling to her. And
Are you afraid for your life at that point?
yes, ma'am, I turned my back because he was gonna shoot. I wanted him to shoot me and not Quenisha. Because Quenisha had just graduated from high school. And I was just really, really nervous. I was scared. And I don't know what happened. I looked up, he had left. And I saw a lady come by, and I said, ma'am, please put a gun out in your car. The man has a gun on her. And she said, don't move, the police is right there. And
Did you see the police shortly after that?
yes, ma'am.
How did you feel when you saw the police?
I was relieved, I fell to the ground.
Did you come to discover that you had injuries from the accident?
Yes. I had a piece of glass and it stuck me in my shoulder, still got started. And my eye, I had a slither of glass in my eye, but I didn't discover it for 2 days later because the reflection was just burning my eyes. And so 2 days after the incident, I went to Bascom Palmer. And that's when I told the eye doctor my eye was burning so bad, and he said it was a good thing I didn't run because I could have cut the vessels in my eye.
Okay, so, was it affecting your ability to see when you were
No.
still on scene that day?
No, ma'am.
You could see just fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Moore, in the days and weeks following this incident, did it affect you and the way you went about your daily life?
Yes.
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Did the defendant's actions cause you fear that something else similar was gonna happen to you following that? Objection,
Sustained.
And Ms. Moore, were you transported to the hospital as a result of the accident?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever get the opportunity to speak to a police officer about what happened with the car?
Yes, I came to the hospital. And on the scene also, I told the police he had a gun and the bullet was right there. Because I don't think they knew he had a gun until after I said something.
So when the officer came to the hospital, did you have an opportunity to give a full and complete statement about what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions.
You okay, ma'am? You may cross-examination.
Good morning.
So you testified on direct, as we all heard, you were in a car accident, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree that that was a severe accident.
Yes, ma'am.
The airbags deployed, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
There was glass everywhere.
Yes, ma'am.
You even, as you mentioned, had a sliver of glass in your eye.
Yes, ma'am.
To the extent that you needed to go to Bascom Palmer, an eye institute, to address that issue.
Later.
Right. Now, you were sitting in the back seat behind the passenger, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And after the impact, both doors were damaged, right?
Yes,
To the extent that you couldn't get out of that side, you had trouble getting out of the car, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you saw a dark colored car that was coming from the side, right?
yes,
Now, you mentioned that people stopped to help you all, it was about maybe 6 to 8 people that were there on scene trying to help you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you also mentioned that your granddaughter was fussing, screaming, and hollering at Mr. Senedas after the accident, right?
Yes, because he was accusing her of being the one that caused the accident.
Right, so she was upset.
Of course.
Okay. And you had to hold her back and you were hugging her, telling her to
I didn't
stop.
hold her back, I was holding her tight so she could be quiet.
Right,
So she don't argue with him because of the tone of his voice. And when I saw his face, she didn't need to argue with him because he looked disheveled, he was sweating, and his eyes were big.
okay, so nonetheless, everyone was upset, right? And you were hugging your granddaughter tight.
Yes,
So tight that at one point you even looked down, as you mentioned earlier, and you closed your eyes for a moment.
I only looked down after I saw him with the gun.
Is it your testimony today that you didn't close your eyes on the scene?
No, that's not what I said. I said, after he had the gun, I closed my eyes and embraced my granddaughter even tighter, so she could not say anything else to this guy because he didn't look right. And I just wanted to hold her to be quiet. And that's when I turned and I looked at him and I said, sir, I'm sorry for what she did. And I know that he had just caused an accident, but I just was trying to appease him.
Okay. We got that. Now, even though you closed your eyes for a moment, you never blacked out, right?
No,
You never lost consciousness?
not that.
Okay. Now, you were also emotional because of the accident and everything that was going on, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, it's only reasonable. The accident was really bad, right?
And that he pulled the gun on us, yes.
No, but you were upset.
After he pulled the gun, the accident, I could say it was okay to have an accident, but after you pulled the gun on me, it was a whole different thing.
Your heart, and you must have felt your heart beating really fast, right?
Of course,
Your blood pressure was rising.
it was already elevated, that's why they took me to the hospital from the scene.
Right, so you went in an ambulance to the hospital.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's because, and for that reason, you weren't able to talk to officers on the scene.
No more than telling the guy the bullet was on the ground, that's the only thing I said to the officer.
Okay, and you also mentioned that an officer came to you at the hospital,
Yes, ma'am.
and you had, and it's your testimony today that you had the opportunity to tell him everything that happened that day.
That's questions and I answered the question.
Okay, and you recall giving a deposition in this case, right?
Yes,
There was a defense attorney there?
Yes.
The state attorney was there, Mr. Hope?
I don't know, we had several, but I don't know who it was, but I know it was some state.
Okay, and there was a court reporter there taking down everything you were saying.
Okay,
And you took an oath, right?
Yeah.
And you said that you were gonna tell the truth, just like you did here today.
yes,
Okay, now referring court and counsel to page 20 of Ms. Sharon Moore's deposition, it would be lines 5 to 12. Of course. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Sure.
Ms. Moore, please read silently as I read aloud.
What part?
We're going to be, as I handed you, page 20. And it's going to be lines 5 through 12. Question. Okay, did you speak to any of the officers? I know that you had to go to the hospital, but at any point.
Sustain.
Ms. Moore, will you please read lines 5 through 12 of that deposition?
Sustain.
Judgment legal sidebar?
Sure.
I didn't speak to anyone. Oh, yeah.
Ask the question, please.
Ms. Moore, you'd agree with me that on lines 10 to 12, it states that an officer came to the hospital and they just told you that they were going to arrest you.
Yeah.
May I proceed, Mr.
Go ahead.
Now, it's been 3 years since that accident, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in those 3 years, you've had an opportunity to see Miss Spencer.
Of course,
She's your granddaughter, right?
of course,
Family gatherings,
of
times
course,
at home.
of course.
That means you've had 3 years to also speak to her about the events in this case.
No, ma'am, I don't want to talk about it. Right now, I'm just glad that we're here today because it's been so long and every time I talk about.
All
it-
right, just answer the question, that's fine.
Okay, now, as you mentioned, it's been a long time.
Yes, ma'am.
The same as on the scene, right? It took police too long for them to get there, right? It felt like forever.
It did, to me it did, yes.
Okay, now, as a part of the investigation, the police also never asked you to write down your statement.
No, ma'am.
Well, Your Honor, moment to confirm?
Sure.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Thank you, Your Honor. That's all.
All right, any redirect? Oh, very well, thank you, madam, you're excused. Scheduling.
Yeah.
All right, sir, would you please step forward, face the clerk, raise your right hand to be sworn?
You solemnly swear affirm the testimony about to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. I do. You can be seated.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Please keep your voice nice and loud. You don't have to be too close to the microphone. Thank you.
Good morning, Detective.
Morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, Detective Pennon, that's my name.
Can you spell the last name, please?
Kenhan.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a detective for the City Miami Police Department.
How long have you been with the City of Miami Police Department?
7 years,
How long have you been a detective?
2 years.
What was your position on June 27th, 2018 in the department?
I was regular patrol assigned to the overtime net.
What does overtime net mean?
The city is fragmented into little zones. Overtime is just like a small zone that we're just assigned. That's like our area of responsibility.
Do you remember how long you had been assigned to that area at that point?
Probably 6 months, or maybe 6 or 4 months.
Would it be accurate to say that you knew your zone very well?
Yeah, I mean, yes, prior to even being assigned to that area, I mean, that area is, our station is in that area. I mean, I know that area pretty well. Yeah.
So were you on duty as a patrol officer in that area on June 27th, 2018?
Yes,
Did you ever respond to an incident that happened at the intersection of 7th Ave or Northwest 7th Ave and 20th Street?
yes,
Were you dispatched there?
no.
How did you come to respond to that location?
Well, I was in my area and I overheard a call being dispatched. It was actually an emergency mode. Reference an accident that occurred at 7th Avenue and 20th Street with a subject on scene armed with a firearm.
Okay. So do you recall how long approximately it took you to arrive after you heard that call come out?
Less than a minute.
You were nearby.
I was, it was 2 or 3 blocks away.
So when you arrived at the scene, what did you see?
I drove up, I saw a car facing southbound in the middle of 7th Avenue. It had like a wreck, like it was wrecked out.
What else?
I saw a male on the driver's side, and as I was pulling up, I have my lights and sirens. He looks at me, turns over, and goes to the passenger side. I don't know what he's doing anymore. I can't really see him. I don't know if he's going into the car, or if there's someone else in the car, or hiding. That's all I saw.
What do you do at that point?
I parked my car with a little bit of distance because there was a firearm on scene. I drew my firearm. I saw the male on the passenger side. I gave him commands to show me his hands. He did. I gave him commands to place his hands in the car, which he did comply.
Okay. Did you see that individual in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please identify him by an article of clothing he has on?
Suit, tie, in the middle.
Any colors?
Is it blue?
Let the record reflect that the witness is correctly identified the defendant.
So reflected.
After he complied and placed his hands on the vehicle, what action did you take that?
At that time, I drew closer, I put my hands on him. I began a pat down. I did feel a weapon. I did have another officer coming to my left-hand side, assisting me with the pat down. He was very agitated state.
Was he saying anything?
Yes, he kept repeating. I knew he said his girlfriend worked at Jackson and that he had to be at work. And he also stated that he had a permit. He was like, I have a permit, I have a permit. Everything was very like repetitive, kept repeating.
Okay, so you said you felt a weapon on him?
Yeah, I felt a weapon. When I put my hand on the weapon, his hands drew closer, so I immediately had to cuff him. So I placed him into custody with the assistance of the other officer, and I grabbed the weapon and secured it.
And what was the weapon?
It was a semi-automatic pistol.
Okay. So at that time, June 2018, had you been issued a body worn camera?
Yes,
And were you wearing it on that day?
yes,
Was it activated?
yes, it was.
showing the council is pre-marked notification that states 1B. Permission to approach the witness stand.
You may.
Detective, I'm showing you what's pre-marked identification that states Exhibit 1B. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a disc, I remember this disc because of the MK, which is my initials, and the little star. It's what's on the disc is a recording of my body.
And were you shown the contents of this disc?
Yes, I was.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the events as captured by your body on camera on the night of June 27, 2018?
Yes, it does.
At this time, the state moves to admit what is marked for identification as states 1B into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
Without objection.
State 20 marked ID becomes states 3 in evidence.
Permission to publish?
May. Sure, of course.
Detective, can you explain why the first 30 seconds of that video are silent?
Yes, there's a buffer for the camera, so actually, when we press the button, there's like a 30-second delay where it doesn't record audio. So pretty much I press the button kind of like that.
But that's normal, right? The first 30 seconds to be silent?
Yeah, it's a buffer time. If I would have pressed it earlier, like maybe like before I got there, we would have had like more time.
And this video shows you holding the gun out in front of you. Can you please explain what you're doing with it at that time?
Yes, so once I get the weapon, the other officer has control of the defendant. I eject the magazine and then I walk the slide to the rear. This is to render the gun like incapable of being able to be shot.
So when you retrieved the gun from the defendant's waistband, was the clip still inside?
The magazine, yes.
So the magazine, was it full of bullets still?
Yes, I don't know if it was full, but there was rounds inside.
Okay. And you said you made the gun safe. Can you explain why you do that?
Yes, anytime we have a firearm on scene, being handled, you want to have it safe, just in case, you don't want anybody to accidentally shoot the weapon or somebody, grab the weapon and we still have somebody on the scene. So if we can, we secure the weapon, but we also render it incapable of being able to be fired.
So when you retrieved the gun from the defendant's waistband, was it in a holster?
No,
Was it attached to any sort of utility belt?
no.
When you approached the back of the police vehicle on that video, what were you doing with the firearm?
I was securing it. We still had no subject on scene. We were in the middle of the road on Main Thoroughfare. So I was just putting the gun away, so we can pretty much deal with what was going on.
So where in the car did you place it?
I put it in a drawer. Those SUVs, it's hard to see, but there's a little drawer we can lock things away.
Was it in an evidence bag at that time?
Not that time.
Did you put it in an evidence bag at some point while you were still on scene?
Yes,
Where did you get the evidence bag from?
from my car.
And was it empty when you retrieved it?
Yes, I have evidence bags for that reason.
And so did you go back to the back of that police vehicle where the firearm was stored and place it in the evidence bag?
Yes, first I go back to my trunk, I get the clear plastic bag, then I go back to the gun where we put the gun in the magazine. And Officer Cabello also handed me a live round to place in the bag as well. That was collected.
Okay, was it your understanding that loose round was collected on scene?
Yes,
Were there any other loose rounds that you know of?
I believe there was. I didn't go to that side of the scene. I stayed in that area with the defendant.
Or were there any other loose rounds that were taken into that evidence bag along with that one loose round, the firearm and the magazine?
I believe so. Not by me.
Detective, can you explain what that red smudge was on that second clip that we saw?
Blood.
From who?
The defendant.
Was that resultant of any force used by police officers on scene?
No, actually, the first video you can see when I grab his hand, he had blood from, I believe, the accident.
Was any force used by officers on scene?
No, I actually got blood from apprehending him.
And how long did you stay on scene altogether?
Probably maybe 10 minutes.
Why did you have to leave so quickly?
They pulled me off for another call.
No further questions.
Cross.
Good morning, I'm Detective, I'm sorry, how are you?
Morning, good. How are you?
Good, thank you. So, when you arrived on scene, obviously you saw Mr. Snevis there, right?
Yes,
Okay, and as you mentioned a couple moments ago, he had blood on him from the accident.
yes, and specifically in his hand.
Right, so coming down this way, right?
Yes,
Okay. However, you didn't see a gun in his hands at that time.
no,
Okay, and you patted him down,
yes,
and as you also mentioned, you had the assistance of another officer helping you pat him down.
yes,
Okay, and shortly after, you cuffed him?
yes. Yeah, we
And-
got them together.
Right, and then you got the gun out of his waistband, right?
Yes,
Okay. You made it safe.
yes, that's
And-
fine.
Part of making it safe, as you did, is you wrap the slider, you pull it back, right?
Yes,
And you'd agree with me, like we saw in the video.
Slow down.
Sorry, Judge, thank you. And you'd agree with me, how we saw in the video just now, a round didn't come out when you pulled the slide back.
yeah, I don't remember around for me.
Okay, and you'd also agree with me, what we just saw in this video, is when you pull the slide back, the clip, the magazine was already in your hand.
Yes,
Okay, so the video didn't show the moment that you pulled up the clip.
I'm sorry?
The video didn't show us that the clip, when the clip came out, it just showed you when it was in his hand.
Yes. I ejected the magazine from here, I put it in the same hand, and I use this hand to lock the slide back to the rear.
Right, and what I'm saying is you'd agree that the video didn't show us that moment, it only showed the moment that you pulled the slide.
Yeah, you probably, yeah, you can't see the magazine being taken out. You can only see when I lift it because the camera's like, you have to like, when I lift it up, and I lift this up because there's an officer right in front of me. So if I kept it here, I'm actually like downrange of my firearm. So I have to lift it up and away, clear from everybody, to be able to, in a safe direction. Let's just say, God forbid, if fire, nobody's gonna be, hurt.
Right, and you'd agree with me also that another direction to point it would be to point it down
Could,
and away from
you
it.
could,
Right.
yes.
By the time we arrived on scene, the accident had already happened, right?
Yes,
You never saw Mr. Senegas point the gun at anybody.
no,
And you never saw the accident either, right?
no,
Okay, so when you arrived on scene, it was very obvious to anyone who could see that an accident had just happened.
yes,
There was damage to both cars,
yes,
damage was extensive.
I would say so, yes.
And there was fluids on the floor from the vehicles.
Yes, it was.
There was even 2 tow trucks that had to come put gravel on the ground, right?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Okay, safety is like one of the most important things at that point in time. You're trying to make sure that everyone is safe, right?
100%. That's why we would, ideally, we don't handle firearms on scene. So for example, if the firearm is on the ground, we wouldn't handle it. We will preserve everything where it is. But granted that we're in the middle of the 7th Avenue, 20th Street, we have a subject on scene. That's where we have to start moving things. We have to secure weapons. We have to, get tow trucks later on
Right, everything was just moving at that time.
very fast.
Okay, now you'd also agree with me that any fluids coming from the car, could be gas, it could be oil, those could be flammable.
Coolant, yes.
Right, they're flammable, right? All right, so you also mentioned that the blood that was on Mr. Senegas wasn't because of any police force, right?
No,
Now, you're aware standard operating procedures for your department. If any force is used, a response to resistance report will be generated.
100%.
Your sergeant will be notified,
Yes,
and it will go up the chain to see if the force was justified, right? This case, that never happened.
I don't know. As far as I'm on scene,
Right.
no force was used, nor did it have to be used.
Okay, that would also mean that you yourself didn't tase Mr. Senegas.
No,
And a taser or use of a taser on scene would have required, the response to resistance report.
yes,
And so as you mentioned, you agree with me that there were a lot of officers on scene, right?
yes,
More than 3?
yes.
All right, and it's an officer's duty to collect all the evidence.
Yes, as much as we can.
Right, and everyone's doing their part, right?
Yes,
Now, in this case, you collected the gun after the pat-down.
yes.
You collected also a valid concealed weapons permit from Mr. Senegas' wallet.
I don't know.
We're looking at a copy of your deposition, remind you before
Yes.
recollection.
If it helps, I do remember him saying that he had it.
Okay, and you had a chance to also review the report in this case?
DOI,
You're welcome.
I have reviewed it, I haven't reviewed it freshly, but,
That's okay, would you like to see a copy of it?
and it depends on the question.
Sure, have it later. Okay.
What's the question?
You'd agree with me that there is a valid concealed weapons permit license on that report?
Okay, yes, there is a concealed weapons permit number.
Your Honor, may I have the first witness?
Sure.
That doesn't know.
That,
That's like-
okay, there's a number on there. All right, very well. Go ahead, counsel.
Now, you're aware that any concealed weapons permit will come from the Florida Department of Agriculture, right?
Yes,
Your Honor, may I retrieve something to enter the list?
Sure.
I just retrieved the council exhibit 1A marked for identification. Your Honor, may I have the first witness?
Can you show it to,
I believe I did. also.
you did already? Okay. Thank you.
Officer, this, you agree with me that this is a mailing from the Department of Agriculture?
yes,
And there has the seal right in the middle for the Department of Agriculture, right?
yes.
All right. Can you please read to us the second paragraph on that page?
I certify that Wolf R. Stantana's date of birth, March 25th, 1990, was initially issued concealed weapons concealed weapons or firearm license W1812571 pursuant to section 790.06 Florida statute on February 15th, 2018. The license is in good standing and will expire unless renewed on February 15th, 2025.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Sure.
So that's now substantial use was previously marked as offense exhibit 1A for identification.
Was there an objection to the admission of this document? Without objection, documents admitted.
Defense team one mark identification, defense team evidence.
Now, detective, at what point on the scene, you were going to retrieve the CCTV footage from the building, right?
I was
Yes,
gonna get the footage.
you were on your way.
I don't remember going to get the footage.
Would you like to read a copy of your deposition?
Sure. I remember there was officers getting it
Okay.
or trying to.
Thanks, Chris.
If I may just request.
Sure.
Let me know when it's your recollection of the first.
Yes. Can I read something or after you?
Does your memory refreshed?
Yes.
And
Can I re-answer?
Just-
the question?
She'll ask the
I'll
question
ask
again.
Sorry.
That's okay, no problem.
at one point on the scene, you were going, or at least you considered going to retrieve this.
Yes, I was, but there was officers, like in my statement, they were already like getting it.
Somebody actually informed you that they had taken care of it, right?
Yeah, they're already working on it.
Right, okay. So that means that you actually never collected the CCTV footage yourself.
I didn't even review it.
Okay. Now, you were never asked by any of the state attorneys in this courtroom or anybody from the state attorney's office to serve as subpoena to the management office in that building to retrieve the CCTV footage, right?
No,
Matter of fact, you actually never went back and you never tried to get it at any time between now and 3 years.
no.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, I'll repeat the question. Between now and 3 years ago, you haven't returned back to that building to try to get that footage.
No, I mean, my involvement for the case ended once I got dispatched to another call.
Okay, thank you, Judge. No further questions from the press.
Okay. Any redirect? Mm-hmm.
Detective, could you describe your involvement in this case as investigative or for safety purposes?
Safety purpose, that's the primary objective for a backup officer.
And by the time that you left the scene, was the defendant already detained?
Yes.
Do you recall if he was outside or in a police vehicle or where was?
I am sure that he, when I was there, he was cuffed and placed in that same car where I put the gun. He was placed in that vehicle as well.
Thank you, Detective.
All right, thank you. The witness is excused. Thank you so much. Well, that's what we're gonna do now, actually. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a comfort break, a stretch break. What I'm gonna ask you to do is to leave all of your notepads on the chairs. Robert's gonna actually take you out of the courtroom so you can stretch your legs a little bit, walk around, use the restroom if you need, get yourself water or snack. Please do not discuss this case with each other or with anyone else. We're gonna make it, let's say about 10, 12 minutes. It'll give you a little bit of time, then he'll gather you all together. We'll come back in and we'll continue with the testimony. Let's wait for a moment though until the other juror returns. Chris, let me get this to you. As I was telling you, we're going to send you all out for a break now. A little stretch break, comfort break. Again, do not discuss the case with each other or with anyone else. We'll have you back in about 10, 15 minutes or so. All right, please follow Robert.
All right, for the jurors,
And leave your notepads at your seats. If you want.
follow me.
All right, let me just ask everyone to be seated. Who was the juror that we released yesterday? Was that Perez Lago?
No.
Was that?
It's still for
Cabrera, okay. Right, very well. So let's take a break now. We'll have you back in about 10, 15 minutes, okay? Thank you. All right, the jury is coming back in as we will resume. All right, everyone, please be seated. State, you may call your next witness.
Sergeant Pastor.
Sir, please step forward, face the clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn.
You solemnly swear affirm the testimony about the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, sir? I do. You be seated.
Please come on over here, have a seat. Thank you for your patience. Keep your voice nice and loud. You don't have to sit too close to the mic.
Sure.
Thank you, sir. Amen.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Good morning, my name is Sergeant Dade. I work at the City of Miami Department for 13 and a half years now.
When you started at the City of Miami Police Department, what was your rank?
Police officer,
And what's your rank now?
police sergeant.
How does one go from officer to sergeant?
You have to meet certain requirements.
Overruled.
I'll ask again. How does someone go from an officer to a sergeant?
You have to meet certain requirements, one of them being time in the requirement. The other one, education, and you have to take a promotional exam and get placed in a list after that, and then you get promoted based on the needs of the department.
And did you go through all these steps to become sergeant? Did you have any other law enforcement experience before your years at the police department right now?
No.
Do you have any military experience?
No.
What kind of training did you get to become a police officer?
I went through the 6 months in the academy, standard for basic life.
As part of that training, did you get any type of firearms training?
Yes.
How many cases would you say you responded to that involved firearms?
Countless, I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Would you say like over 100, over 200?
Well over that.
Were you employed as a sergeant at the City of Miami on June 27th, 2018? And on that date, did you respond to Northwest 7th Avenue and 20th Street during your shift?
Yes.
What are the hours of your shift?
9 p.m. to 7 in the morning.
Do you remember around what time you responded to that location?
It was dark, I can't remember the exact time, but it was dark.
And is that in Miami-Dade County?
Yes.
Do you work on County, Sergeant?
No,
Why is that?
we don't get assigned one by the department, only the office.
By we mean sergeants?
The
you know?
supervisor.
Oh, I see. So what did you see, what did you remember seeing, I guess, when you first arrived on that scene?
I heard the priority call go up. Once that happens, most of the officers that are close by are going to respond. So I responded over there immediately. Since a crash with somebody with a fire. So I arrived there within a minute or less, as well as many of the officers that were arriving.
You said there was a crash. Do you remember how many cars were involved in that crash?
So,
Did you see those vehicles when you arrived on scene?
yes.
Do you remember how far apart those vehicles were?
They were about 40 feet, more or less.
Was there any, to your knowledge, any evidence that was collected as a result of this incident?
Yes.
What evidence?
Collected the firearm that was taken from the defendant. and we collected a round that was by the victim's vehicle.
Did you see that round yourself?
Yes, I did.
And where was it when you saw it?
When I arrived, an officer pointed it out, as well as the victim, because I spoke to all of them. And it was right by the victim's vehicle on the sidewalk by the driver's.
Were you present when that round was taken into evidence?
Yes.
Do you remember how it was taken into evidence, that round specifically?
I believe,
Objection, not personal knowledge.
If you're aware, no speculation, sustain as to the form, rephrase your question.
Attorney, are you aware of how it was taken into evidence?
yes,
You are, okay, and how was it taken into evidence?
I told Officer Cabello to collect it, and I was there when that happened, and, you know, it was right by where the victims were, rescue was arriving, and there was people walking all over, so it was there that I told them to pick it up.
You said that you talked to everyone. Did you talk to Quenisha Spencer and Sharon Moore, do you remember?
Are those the victims?
If I can ask you, let me just ask you, who did you speak to in terms of the
I
driver of the
spoke
vehicle?
to the driver of the vehicle, the younger female. I spoke to the grandmother, which was the older female, and there was another female that was in the car with them. And I spoke to the security guard for UN that was there also.
They spoke to the driver of the car and the grandmother, you just don't remember the names, is that correct? Do you remember what their demeanor was like?
Oh, yeah, the victim was crying, the younger female, she was crying, the grandmother was crying as well, it was hysterical, basically in fear. And they were, you know, saying that.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain.
Without telling me what they said, could you describe their demeanor?
Yeah, there were,
Ask and answer.
I don't think I got an answer to the demeanor, what was said.
they were crying, they were in fear, they were voicing out what has happened. They were in shock, they couldn't believe that that happened to them. That's it.
But were you, was somebody already detained?
They were in the process of detaining the defendant.
Do you remember what that detainee looked like?
Yes.
And do you remember what they were wearing by any chance?
He had a red shirt and I think it was the kind of pants.
Do you recognize in the courtroom today the man who was detained for the crime?
Yes, I do.
Would you please point him out and identify him by an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yeah, he's sitting in between the male person where there was a blue suit.
The record reflect the officers correctly identified.
So reflected.
With the car crash, did you make a determination of who was at fault?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, it is.
Who was at fault?
The defendant.
And in the course of your investigation, were you ever made aware of any CCTV footage in this case?
Yes.
Did you personally see that CCTV footage?
Yes, I saw the CCTV from the UN.
Objection, best evidence rule.
Sustained. Rephrase your question, please.
Did you collect any CCTV footage in this case?
No.
Why not?
There was no need because once I see,
Objection, best evidence rule.
Overruled as to that.
once I see what happened, I don't need to collect it. It's just, you know, the same thing as me. I'm looking at a video. And I see it.
You said there was, no need for you to collect it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't speak.
Sorry, sorry.
Mhm.
You said that there was no need for you to collect the CCTV footage. And I just wanted to follow up on that. Did the CCTV footage show the criminal conduct?
Overruled.
No, I just showed the accident portion of the incident.
Thank you, Your Honor. Stick to this witness.
Ross? Sure.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Yeah.
So as you mentioned, you're employed with the City of Miami Police Department, right?
Correct.
You've been with them for a long time, almost 14 years now? Okay, now, and in 2018, when the incident happened, you were part of the field training program.
Correct, I still have.
Okay, and that program is responsible for passing on the standard operating procedures and making sure that the new trainings that are coming on are able to learn and perform their duties, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that means you're also a supervisory officer. And on scene that day, you were the supervisor supervising the investigation.
Yes.
On that day, everybody was dispatched in emergency mode, correct? That means lights and sirens.
Yes.
That means that whoever, it's all hands on deck, right? Whoever's close by.
They dispatch 2 units to every call, but when it's a fire like that, everybody that's close by, they're going to go assist. Yes.
And you would agree with me,
Depending on the nature of the call.
okay, but in this case, you would agree with me that because of the nature of the call, it took officers only seconds to get there.
He usually takes us that, we're pretty divided in the city, so when the priority call goes out, we're there within the same amount of time in most of the calls.
Okay, but in this case, you would agree with me that it was very quickly, there was no delay.
Yes,
Okay. Now, when you got on scene, as you mentioned, you spoke with the 3 females that were from the other vehicle, correct? And you asked them if they needed fire rescue.
I don't remember if I asked them or if an officer that was there asked them, but they,
Okay, but in your opinion, they seemed okay.
yes.
All right, now regarding the CCTV footage, you didn't collect it because you didn't think it was necessary, right?
The CCTV footage showed,
Let's answer the question in response to the question.
You didn't think it was necessary to collect.
yes, but I also, my duty is to put it on the report as well, and then if the investigator wants to go ahead and request that, they can. But they don't do that in all cases, it depends on. the
Okay.
case.
We're talking about this, case. In this case specifically, that didn't happen. Oh. Now, going back to the fact that you were the supervisor on scene, if there was any force used on Mr. Mendez that night, you would have known about it, right?
Correct.
And you'd agree with me that using a taser is considered force under your department standard operating procedures?
Correct.
And when an officer on scene uses a taser, that would generate a response to resistance report.
When they deploy the taser on someone,
Right, and in this case, we don't have a response to resistance report, right?
We don't have a what? I'm sorry?
Response to resistance report?
there was no taser used in this case.
Right, that, you read my mind, there was no taser used in this case, right? Okay, and there was no other force that would have needed to be reported on Mr. Mendez. Okay. Now, you also on scene did not collect any physical evidence yourself.
No.
You did not take any photos.
No.
And you never got any written statements from any of the other females on the other car.
Well, we don't take written statements and we don't take pictures. We request ID crime scene to come and take pictures, which they did in this case.
What I'm saying is,
Yeah.
you never
Just
took
let's-
any written
Sir, ask your question specifically. I think it was two-part question. There's 2 parts to it, so you answered one of the parts. Ask your other part again.
Okay. A written statement was never collected from the 3 females on the other side.
I don't know if any investigators follow up and did that after the fact. We don't collect the real estate.
So that would go back to my point that you never did that because you don't do that.
Correct.
Very well, to confirm.
Sure.
Sergeant, you mentioned that in this case you raised for ID, that would be the crime scene investigation unit.
I don't remember if I raised or if another officer did, but I know that they have to process the weapon and they take pictures and all that.
Okay, and do you know if any photos were taken of that?
I can't remember right now.
And did you see any photos in relation to their processing the scene?
No.
Did you see any other investigation done by ID on scene that day? And just to be clear for the jury, ID is the crime scene investigation unit.
Those are the ones in charge of taking pictures and processing evidence and stuff. Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Any redirect?
I don't.
All right, thank you. You're excused, sir. Thank you. State, you can call your next witness.
State calls Officer Yanni Gonzalez.
Bring it as soon as someone's done typing.
Sir, would you please step forward, face the clerk, raise your right hand to be sworn?
You solemnly swear affirm testimony about the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir? Yes, sir. You can be seated.
Come on over here. Have a seat, thank you. Keep your voice nice and loud. You don't have to be too close to the mic if you do that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Supplementary.
I am Officer Gonzalez. I work for the City of Miami Police Department.
How long have you been with the City of Miami Police Department?
I've been with the City of Miami for approximately 5 years and some change.
So you were a police officer in the same capacity on June 27, 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a specific unit or assignment on that date?
I'm still assigned to patrol, however, I was assigned to the Alapata in that area. I'm currently with the Overtown on that area.
So in addition to being a police officer for, I'm sorry, how long did you stay?
About 5 years and some change.
5 years. Do you have any military background?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
What is that?
I was an Army Scout, which is specialized infantry.
And how long did you serve?
I served for approximately 4 years in an active duty capacity. The other 4 remaining years was on the reserve component.
So on June 27, 2018, were you on duty?
Yes, ma'am.
You worked days or nights?
I work midnights.
What do you mean by midnights?
So we work from 9 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Okay. And so on that date, did you have the occasion to respond to the intersection of Northwest 7th Avenue and 20th Street?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Were you dispatched there?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you see when you arrived?
I observed a silver vehicle on Northwest 7th Avenue, and I observed another vehicle, which was the victim's vehicle. It was a dark Nissan, I believe, on the 20th Street side.
And were the vehicles intact?
Yeah, they were intact, but they were involved in a car accident.
Were there police officers already there?
There were several police officers on scene.
Were you the lead officer on this case?
Yes,
So can you explain to the jury what a lead officer does on a particular case?
So a lead officer would be responsible for interviewing the witnesses, also the victims, the defendant as well. They are also responsible for turning in property, making sure that crime scene responds. If need be, we need to contact the detectives and provide them information on the case.
How does an officer become a lead officer of a given case?
So normally you would be dispatched to the actual incident, and then you would be the primary officer. Also, we have the ability, if you want to take charge of the actual case, we'll take primary, which essentially means that you'll be in charge of the actual case itself.
And do you recall how you became the lead? Of
I
the
was dispatched.
case as lead?
Yes.
So when you arrived at the intersection of Northwest 7th Avenue and 20th Street on June 27, 2018, had anyone already been detained at the scene?
Yes, the defendant was.
And did you see him on scene detained?
I did not see him until after the fact. He was inside of a patrol car at the time.
Okay, but you did make contact with him eventually that night?
Yes, I did.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, he's on the right side between the young man and the woman on the right side.
Can you describe the clothing he has on?
The day of the incident?
No, right now.
Yes, he is wearing a navy blue jacket. He's wearing a tie. He has a fade.
Let the record reflect the witnesses correctly identified the defendant.
So reflected.
So you said you spoke to the victim and witness?
Yes,
You interviewed them as lead officer?
yes.
And without telling us what was said by any occupant of that vehicle, what were their demeanors like?
The witness, by the time that I did the interview, she seemed a little bit more calm. However, the victim was still agitated. She seemed scared. She was crying. Her demeanor was consistent with somebody that's displaying fear.
And was that the first thing that you did when you arrived on scene, was speak to the victims of?
The first thing I did, I spoke to Officer Pacheco, which he was the officer investigating the traffic crash at the time. He kind of gave me a heads up of what was going on. Then I spoke to first person I made contact, after that I made contact with the witness.
Okay. So let's pause for a second and return to the subject of your background. So in the time that you've been employed by the City of Miami Police Department as an officer, have you always carried a firearm?
Yes,
Do you carry it every day?
yes,
And in the police academy, did they give you training on firearms?
yes.
What aspects of firearms were you trained on in the police academy?
And the police academy area officer is responsible for understanding how their firearm functions, how to break it apart, each component of the firearms. If there's any issues with the firearms or be malfunctions, they also needs to be able to correct the malfunctions.
Did you have any specialized firearms training?
Specialized, no, but I have extensive military training with firearms.
Can you describe that a little bit?
So I've been trained with an array of firearms from,
Objection, bolstering.
Overruled.
I've been trained with an array of firearms such as the M4 platform, sniper rifles, rockets, machine guns. Most of these firearms function very similar to each other. We're all responsible for breaking the firearms apart, knowing how each firearm functions and the components within the firearms.
So would it be accurate to say that you've endured extensive training on both the identification of firearms and the use of firearms, both as a police officer and in the military?
Yes.
How do you identify something as a firearm?
It's a weapon, or including a starting gun, that expels a projectile by the actions of an explosive.
And when you were on scene on June 27, 2018, had a firearm been collected?
Yes.
Had any other evidence been collected?
A round was located on Northwest 20th Street, where the victims were standing, and along with the magazine itself, that was actually inside the firearm at the time.
Okay, and the magazine and the firearm were separate when the evidence came into your custody?
Yes, in order for us to make a firearm safe, we would need to remove the magazine, and then we need to ride the slide back in order to make sure that there's no actual round in the chamber.
Okay, and how did this evidence come into your custody?
So the firearm was actually stored in another officer's vehicle. It was Officer DeMello. It was an SUV, so it was safely stored by the time by the time it got into my custody.
Was it in an evidence bag?
Yes.
Can you describe list the contents of that evidence bag for us?
So prior to me turning into the evidence, so inside of a clear bag, there was a single round. There was a magazine, which is what holds the actual bullets. There were several bullets inside the magazine. And then the firearm itself was cocked back, or essentially to where you can see it's safe. And then you look at the chamber, there was no bullets inside or anything.
Showing the witness what's pre-marked identification purposes and states exhibit 1G. Also, please inspect. It states exhibit 1G for identification. Officer, when you collected the evidence on scene, was the magazine full of live ammunition?
Yes.
What does live ammunition mean?
Live ammunition is a round that has the bullet, which is the actual brass portion. It has a casing. It will have a primer, which is in the back of the actual bullet itself, and will have gunpowder inside.
So if a gun is impounded along with a magazine that has live ammunition inside, does that mean that gun was loaded?
Objection being deposited in the jury.
Sustained.
Can you rephrase the question?
No, I sustained the objection, so she would need to either rephrase the question or ask a different question.
So did anyone else take custody of the gun or the loose round after it was given to you?
No.
How do you know that the loose round wasn't going to get mixed up with any of the bullets that were in the magazine at that time?
So the loose round was actually inside of a clear evidence bag. The firearm with the magazine was stored in a different evidence bag.
Okay, so with the round, was there a bag within the bag?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say it's easy for bullets to fall out of a magazine?
No.
So did you seal the evidence bag in front of you yourself?
Yes.
When did that happen?
So when I was turning in the firearm, our department requires for us to remove the rounds from the magazine. So what I did was I created a seal on the single round, make sure the seal was tight. Then I removed the rounds inside the magazine, which I created another seal. And lastly, I stored the magazine on top of that. And then the firearm would be separated within the center of a bigger bag.
Okay. So did you impound the evidence at the station?
Yes.
Can you describe what that process entails?
So the exact process would be you would, again, like I repeated, you would create a seal of a single round. If there's any bullets inside of a magazine, you need to remove those bullets from the magazine, create a different seal, and then seal the magazine itself. The actual firearm itself, in order for us, per department policy, we need to put zip ties on the magazine well and on the actual, where the barrel is at, where normally we would chamber around, you would have another zip tie in it.
What purpose is that, sir?
That is to make sure that it's safe and it's safely stored.
By safe, do you mean that it's unable to be fired?
Yes, it would be unable to be fired.
Do you do anything with respect to the packaging itself when you impound these products?
Yes, we actually have marking exactly what's inside the package. Also, we create another seal on top of the package, which doesn't allow firearm or any other contents inside the package to be removed. Also, we put red tape with our signature and our badge numbers.
Is there any, are there any markings that you would place on an evidence bag to connect it to a certain case?
Yes, so again, we will have several stickers that essentially will tell you the case and what was found in the case.
And you look at the package in front of you and describe the markings on the package.
Yes, am I able to put the package?
You can do that.
Okay, so right here, you're gonna see, we put this
Has this
red,
been, excuse me, has this been admitted into evidence already?
I'm authenticating that.
Okay, but he's showing the jury the package and it's not been
You think
admitted
you're
into
gonna
evidence.
inspect it yourself
okay.
for now?
Okay, so the red tape is the red tape that I placed, making sure that it has my badge number and, my last name as well.
Do you see your badge number and your last name on that package in front of you?
Yes.
Any other information?
Also, you're gonna see several stickers listing what's inside the bag itself. I'll add them.
And is there a police case number on that package?
Yes, there's a police case.
Can you read it off?
The police case, which is the City of Miami case, is 1806 to 8004967.
Is that the police case number associated with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you impound it, where is it stored?
It is stored in the Miami property unit at the central station, which is located in downtown.
If it's ever removed from the property room, is that documented?
Yes,
So after you impounded it on June 27th, or maybe it was 28th at that time, since it was late at night,
it was the 28th
the 28th of 2018, when was the next time you saw this piece of evidence?
this morning.
And is the package in front of you in the same or substantially the same condition that it was when you turned it in on June 28th, 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state moves to admit what's marked for pre-identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1G into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, without objection.
I know. Case will be marked right to the state board number.
And with the court's permission, I would have the witness at this time open the package and inspect the contents.
That would be fine.
Do you have gloves on, sir?
Yes, I do.
You can use the scissors to open it.
May I remove the file?
You can remove the cover. you could hold up the firearm and display it to the jury.
Yes,
Is this the firearm that was collected from the defendant on the scene on June 27, 2018?
Judge lacks personal knowledge.
Overruled.
yes, ma'am.
And can you hold up the package containing the rounds? Can you describe what's in the separate compartments?
Yes, so this is a single round that was located on scene, which was actually right where the victims were at. These set of rounds were the rounds that were inside the magazine itself.
And then the third item.
And the third item would be the fire, well, the fourth item would be the fire. This is the magazine, these were the rounds that were inside the magazine, and this is the round that was found on scene.
How many ways can a bullet exit a firearm?
So normally when a firearm is discharged, may I show?
Yeah, if you could explain verbally first.
Yes, so normally when a firearm is discharged, a casing is gonna come out in the ejection port of the firearm itself. The casing is not gonna have a round, which is essentially the tip of the actual brass casing. The other scenario would be if there was a round already chambered inside and you ride the slide back, causing a live round to eject.
Okay, so that's not the same as firing a bullet, right?
The action would be essentially the same. However, what would come out if you fired an actual firearm, you're gonna have a casing, an empty casing or a spent casing. If you ride the slide back, what's gonna come out is a live round.
Now, officer, I've provided you some 9mm dummy rounds. Could you please explain to the jury what dummy rounds are?
So these are similar rounds that we normally use for when we're loading our firearms, when we first get introduced to firearms. Also, we could also recreate functions inside the firearm, so we can better handle it without using live ammunition.
Okay, so these bullets are not live ammunition, correct?
They're not live and they pose no threat.
They pose no threat, okay. Can you please take one out and hold it up for the jury?
Yes.
And in explaining this process of ejecting an intact round by racking the firearm, would it be helpful for you to demonstrate that to the jury using these dummy rounds?
Yes,
And would it help the jury understand your explanation?
I believe so.
And they're gonna say correct use of these dummy rounds poses absolutely no danger to anyone in the courtroom.
Yes, it's completely safe.
Could you come sidebar? Please resume. Thank you.
Officer, can you, without loading the firearm, can you just demonstrate by, holding a dummy round next to the area where it would eject from and kind of show the pattern of motion it would take?
Yes. So if you look at right here, this is where the ejection port is located. So every time you fire a round, normally what you're gonna notice is you're gonna see a strength casing. So what you would locate on the ground would be a shell. You will not see the tip. In the case of the firearm is already loaded, there's an actual round already chambered or by the barrel area, and you rack the rack, or you charge the firearm back, or you rack the firearm. What's going to happen is you're going to get a live round eject from the firearm itself. You can do this multiple times. As long as there's a live round in there, it's going to happen every single time.
So, how is that unlike what happens after you fire the firearm?
So what happens is when you fire the actual firearm itself, there's a firing pin that hits the back of the actual bullet, causes an explosion, which actually, what happens is that at that point when the explosion occurs, the tip of the bullet, which is actually the actual round, it shoots off the barrel. And what happens after that is that casing itself gets ejected from the ejection port into this area.
So when, just to sum it up, when the firearm is fired, the casing ejects?
Yes.
Or when the gun is racked and there's a live round in the chamber, the whole round ejects
Yes.
intact?
Yes.
Okay. And so in your training and experience with firearms, is this item what has been entered into evidence as stated Exhibit 4 designed to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive?
Yes.
Do you identify as a firearm?
Yes.
So let's go back and have another look at the bullet that was found on the ground by the victim's vehicle. Can you hold that up and indicate one more time? Is that one on the end?
Yes.
Is this an intact round?
Yes.
Is the projectile still inside the casing?
Yes.
How do you determine the caliber of a piece of ammunition?
So if you look at the head stamp, which is the back area of the primer, it's going to tell you the brand of the ammunition. It's going to tell you the caliber as well. In this case, it would be a 9mm. You would be able to tell by the diameter of the round. I'll take the rounds.
What is the caliber of this loose round that was collected from the ground?
It was a 9mm.
So that would be compatible with that gun that was collected from the defendant?
Yes.
And do bullets typically have any identifying characteristics besides what their size or shape or whatever else indicates their caliber?
Objection, Albert.
I'm going to sustain this to the form. You can move along, counsel.
Do bullets have any identifying characteristics in your experience besides whatever indicates their caliber?
Objection, Albert, again.
Overruled on that if he knows.
Coloring. Some
It requires a yes or no in the response.
Yes.
The question calls for a yes or no. So what was the response? I'm sorry, sir.
Can you repeat the question?
Do bullets have identifying characteristics besides whatever indicates their caliber?
Yes.
What other information might be indicated on a bullet?
You can see coloring, the shell casing itself. You could also, in military rounds, it would even tell you the day it was manufactured.
And inspecting the rounds in front of you, both the individual round that was collected from the ground and the rounds that were impounded from inside the magazine, do those match?
Again, I would have to re-inspect it again, but they should all be the same.
If you could inspect them right now.
I would have to open the bags a little bit closer, but when I turn in the actual evidence as listed on the property receipt, they all match on the same company and the same 9mm.
Okay, so you inspected them already and confirmed that all the details of the bullets are the same?
Yes, initially when I turned in the bullets.
Okay. So Officer Gonzalez, did you ever speak directly to the defendant about what happened on June 27, 2018?
Yes,
Are you familiar with Miranda warnings?
yes,
And were you issued a body worn camera at some point before June 27, 2018?
yes,
Did you have it on that day?
Yes.
That night? And was it activated?
yes,
Was it activated when you administered Miranda warnings to the defendant?
yes.
If you can just explain generally what are Miranda warnings?
Miranda warning essentially are the rights.
It calls for legal opinion.
Overruled.
It's the rights that the defendant has prior to talking to any law enforcement personnel.
And how many times in your career as a law enforcement officer would you say you had occasion to give these warnings to a suspect of an investigation?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
Have you given these warnings enough times as a police officer to be familiar with how they're supposed to be administered?
Yes,
So did you read the defendant his Miranda rights?
yes.
Where were the two of you?
We were inside a prisoner processing facility in the central station and
And by central station, was that a police station?
yes,
Was there any other officer assisting you?
no.
Was there anyone else in the room?
There was another person in custody in the room by the defendant.
What was the defendant's demeanor like at that point?
He was very talkative, but also very agitated. He was seemed very upset.
And did you read the Miranda rights from the card or form?
Part.
All right, just be careful when you go to the mic, not to get too close.
That's right.
All right, thank you, sir.
So when you read that his Miranda rights, did he seem coherent and able to understand what you were telling him?
Yes,
Did he indicate to you that he understood his rights?
yes.
How did he indicate that?
He said it. He wished to speak to me.
Was that after you read the rights?
Yes,
And do you have any reason to believe that he had not understood what you were telling him?
no,
Did he ultimately indicate to you that he was willing to give a statement about what happened?
yes,
Was he in any way pressured, coerced, or threatened into giving a statement? Showing the witness was pre-marked for identification purposes as states exhibit 1D. Officer, do you recognize that disc?
yes.
What is it?
That is my body worn camera footage.
How do you know that's what it is?
It has my initial and story by it.
So have you been shown the contents of that disc before?
Yes,
And do they fairly and accurately depict the statement that you took from the defendant at some point in the early morning hours of June 28, 2018?
yes,
This time the state moves what has been pre-marked for identification as states 1D into evidence.
Did you see it? Okay, please show it to council. Thank you.
Your Honor, briefly, can we just,
Is there an objection to the admission of the?
no, with that publishing.
All right, let me see the lawyers, please. All right. Provide that item to the clerk. The objection was withdrawn. Is that true?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very well. And the item will be introduced with no objection.
Since one demarc, right, you can see five evidence.
I should have published your own.
You may.
when, no, okay, no, I ain't, I'm asking you, what, I'm asking you just basically whatever, either way, no, okay, so I know when time you physically go to anywhere there, either that mediator, studio, car, space, what's physical, describe space around you, the world is good, I don't okay, so I'm okay, so it's not weird if I got up or it would see purposes where you have to be, okay, second, when you're able, I'm not investigating, I'm investigating something really, your people is really from your side, so your people is telling me that I don't want to be, what?
Do you recall approximately how far apart the vehicles were at the scene?
I would say it's over 50 feet, maybe 60, 70 feet.
And were there any inconsistencies in the defendant's statement that you took note of?
Objection, indicating of how this is.
Sustained.
Yes.
Sir, when I sustain the objection,
Move to
please
strike
don't
the-
respond.
Move to strike the answer, Your Honor.
Strike the response. The objection was sustained. Go ahead, counsel.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Can I see the words just for a minute for something scheduling? Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I was just trying to figure out scheduling right now. It's time for lunch, for sure. It's been time for lunch. So what we're going to do is take that break now. We're going to take ask you to be back by 10 after 2, 1 hour and 10 minutes. Please do not discuss this case with each other or with anyone else. Don't let anyone try to speak with you about the case. This instruction applies to everyone in the courtroom, staff, witnesses, the parties. Please, no contact or communication with any of the jurors. If you see any of us, we're going to ignore you, and please don't hold it against anyone. Don't do any research, try to gather information. The only thing you can rely on is the evidence that you've received in the courtroom from the witness stand under oath. All right, so do not taint the proceedings by doing independent research or looking for information, because that's not evidence. Robert's you'll leave your notepads at your seats. He will let you know where to meet him after lunch. Do not come into the courtroom. He'll bring you into the courtroom when we're ready to have you back in the courtroom. And you can go about, again, your personal business during the lunchtime, and he will let you know where to meet him. Very good. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
All right, for the jurors.
Let me remind, you can all be seated, thank you. Let me remind you, sir, that you're under oath right now in the middle of your examination, so you cannot speak with any of the attorneys at all. And we'll have you back here. I think we'll start with you already on the witness stand, so you can then come into the courtroom if you would, sir. We'll be back here by 10 after 2, if you would do that, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, again, I'll see you after lunch. I'll go ahead and get the instructions in somewhat of a final format. It appears as if we're probably going to do closings tomorrow, because I don't want the jury, out late to start deliberating late. And I'll be back in the morning for closings and to commence deliberations. All right? All right, very good. Thank you. Yes, if you would, please. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's resume with the proceedings. Jury, if you would, thank you. Bless you.
All right, for yours.
All right, very well. You can all be seated. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had a pleasant and relaxing lunch. We are ready to resume now. Will be cross-examination of the witness by defense. Thank you.
It's Officer Gonzalez, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As I think the state mentioned before, you are the lead primary officer in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
And in this case, you arrived after the accident had already occurred.
Yes, sir.
So it's fair to say you didn't actually see Mr. Sinanis hold the gun, and
That's correct.
you didn't see him point it at anyone during that day.
That's
I'm
correct.
sorry, correct? I noticed here that you're wearing body worn camera. Is that what I'm looking at?
Yes, sir.
You were wearing body worn camera the day of the incident that we saw.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your body worn camera is functional, accurate, working at the time, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned that when you first arrived on scene, you spoke with an officer, and then he directed you to two witnesses, right?
One of them was the witness, and the other one was the victim, which was the young lady.
Miss Spencer, right?
Yes, sir.
First interact with Miss Pierre, as the third witness there, right?
I don't recall.
The younger lady that wasn't upset. You said there was one that was upset, and the other one that wasn't upset. She was more composed, as you said, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she was standing, and when you first made contact with her, Miss Pierre, the driver of the car, was in.
Excuse me. Let me finish the question, please.
Sure. Miss Spencer was in the driver's seat of the vehicle when you arrived on scene.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when you're speaking with one of the witnesses, Miss Spencer is in earshot of that conversation, right?
Sustained.
At the point when you spoke to the two women on scene, you hadn't yet spoken with Mr. Sinanis, correct?
Overruled.
That's correct.
So you hadn't heard his side of the story yet.
That's correct.
Now, the next thing you do on scene, you speak directly to Miss Spencer, right?
Yes, sir.
You ask her questions, she gives you answers.
Yes, sir.
Now, officer, fair to say, you know a decent amount about firearms, right?
I believe so.
Okay. I mean, it seems like you had military training and 5 years, is it 5? of police training?
Well, I've been a police officer with the city of Miami for the last 5 years, yes, that's right.
You've been around firearms for a long time.
Yes, sir.
I want to talk about basics here. We talked about a live round being chambered at some point during this incident, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you talked about how to make a firearm safe, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were aware of the steps that are required to make a firearm safe.
Yes, sir.
Now, when a live round is in a gun, there's two ways that live round can be moved or ejected or discharged from the gun, correct?
Yes.
Okay. First way, in normal way, is I would just think that the firing hits the back of the bullet, as we talked about, right?
Yes.
Now, that's a forceful impact, right? To inject a firearm through the barrel. Bullet through the barrel, right?
That's correct.
Okay. The other way, now, that impact can be the result of someone pulling a trigger, correct?
That's correct.
And that impact can also be triggered by a force hitting the gun, correct?
It's possible.
It's possible. Now let's talk about the second one. Second way, you testified earlier, is when the slide is wrapped, it's pulled back, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and the live round that was in there is removed from the gun.
That's correct.
And you demonstrated, right, that the rubber bullet comes out and falls on the ground,
That's correct.
right? Not hurting anyone.
That's correct.
So to make a gun safe, the theory behind it is to remove the bullets from the gun, correct?
That's partially correct.
Or, well, you say this, a gun cannot fire a bullet if there's no bullets in the gun.
That's correct.
During your investigation, your initial investigation, right, you were advised of two things, right? The first one was that the gun was wrapped, correct?
Yes.
The other one was that a magazine, that Ms. Spencer saw a magazine get removed from that gun, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you arrive on scene. The scene is an intersection, right?
Yes.
The corner of that intersection, there is a business, right? A building.
Can you clarify what this is?
I can't clarify what this is. I can only tell you that there was a building, right?
That's correct.
And from the look of that building, there was a large overhang that juts out from the side of that building, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Would it assist your testimony if I showed you kind of the still of that building?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see, this is the picture. Your Honor, I'd like to publish just a still for a demonstrative from Officer Gonzalez's body camera.
Mhm. I'm sorry, excuse me?
I would object, I don't think this is demonstrative.
Is it admitted into evidence?
Can we go slide right, Your Honor?
All right.
Also, before I show the jury, I have some preliminary questions for you, okay? You were wearing body worn camera when you arrived on scene?
That's correct.
It was on in operation, right?
That's correct.
What you saw, it saw, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to admit a screenshot of 5 minutes and 22 seconds of Officer Gonzalez's camera into evidence. And supplement it with a physical copy to be for the record.
Any objection? It's the screenshot at 5 minutes and 22 seconds. Is that what you're saying?
5 minutes and 21 seconds.
Any objection to the screenshot being admitted? Without objection.
All right.
And
May I publish it to the jury?
excuse me, in terms of having my clerk mark this, you don't have the physical screenshot in hand, and that will be provided for the close of the case.
Correct.
Chris, would you announce and make a note, please, on the record, what exhibit this would be for the defense?
So third.
So Judge, you want me to make a tag and everything for?
Basically, that's it, yes. Because there's nothing physical right now to attach that tag to. And we will have that shortly. All right. And that would be which one? Exhibit 3?
Yes.
No, it will not. It's A3, March writing will be states the evidence.
Thank you very much, Chris. Go ahead, counsel.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
Okay, sure.
Officer, can you see this? This picture?
Yes.
Now, this, to the right side of the screen here, this is the overhang that we were talking about earlier, right?
Yes.
And attached to this overhang, right, is a camera, correct?
Yes.
Did you observe any other cameras when you were there?
No.
Now, been an officer for 5 years, right?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree that being fair and objective is an important part of being an officer.
Yes, sir.
You can't just arrest someone in your language, correct?
That's correct.
And you would consider yourself fair and objective, right?
Yes, sir.
As a fair and objective police officer, your job is to make sure you get the right person, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you should base this decision on objective evidence, right?
That is correct.
And you decide to charge someone based on evidence, right?
That's correct.
Because the decision to arrest and charge someone is a very important one. Wouldn't you agree?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, your job as a law enforcement officer is to gather all of the facts, correct?
That is correct.
You're not a juror. You don't judge guilt or innocence, right?
That's correct.
Your job is to gather all of the evidence, the good and the bad, right?
That is correct.
And obviously, as a fair police officer, you would agree that evidence of guilt is just as important as evidence of innocence, right?
Yes.
To show a jury that someone didn't do something is important.
Yes.
And you are familiar with the different types of evidence, right?
Yes.
Okay. There's testimonial evidence, right? And then there's, video evidence, correct?
That's correct.
Now, testimonial evidence, that comes from a person, me or you, right? Person.
Correct?
Now, human beings, they have the ability to lie, right?
That is correct.
Whether we like it or not, it's the truth, right?
That's correct.
They have the ability to exaggerate.
Sustained.
They have the ability to misperceive certain effects, right?
Sustained, counsel.
Video evidence doesn't have those same characteristics, does it?
That is correct.
Now, video evidence doesn't lie.
Sustained.
Video evidence can be a very important piece of evidence, correct?
Sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll be instructed on the law subsequent to the presentation of evidence. Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
You wear body-worn camera to preserve video evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you know that video shows what actually happened.
That's correct.
There's no changing, there's no disputing what's on that video.
That is correct.
Now, the state played a video of your interaction with my client, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that was you speaking to Mr. Sinax on that video.
Yes.
Now, that wasn't the first time you spoke with him, though, right?
I don't.
Excuse me, what was the basis of the objection? Sustained.
Before that video was played, right? You remember the order of events that led up to it, right?
I have a recollection of most of the events that occurred. It's been 3 years.
Right, 10 years. Which is again why video evidence was so helpful for you.
That is correct.
Now, as the fair officer you are, right, you told Mr. Sinax that these two witnesses could be fabricating the whole story, right?
That is correct.
And as the fair officer you are, you told him just because he got arrested doesn't mean he's guilty.
That is correct.
Being the fair officer you are, you told him that his side of the story would end up on an arrest affidavit, right?
That's correct.
Because you wanted to make sure his version of events was documented and right.
That's correct.
Now, in this case, you did prepare a sworn arrest affidavit, right?
That's correct.
You've been trained in how to write and prepare an arrest affidavit.
That's correct.
And this arrest affidavit contains significant and material parts of your investigation.
Come sidebar. All right, counsel, you can continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, when you look at a case, you look at the evidence, right? Sometimes you look at the fact of a confession, right?
That's correct.
That's a piece of evidence.
That's correct.
In this case, you didn't have a confession from Mr. Sinatus, right?
Not directly.
Not correct. You didn't have someone admitting pointing a weapon at someone else specifically.
That is correct.
During your interaction, you were made aware that there were cameras on scene, right?
That is correct.
Cameras that would have captured this event.
Objection, the statement of prior testimony.
Sustain, Mr. Wong, rephrase.
During your interaction with Mr. Sinatus, right, you were made aware that there was CCTV footage that could possibly capture this.
Objection, relevant.
Sustain.
Officer, after you were made aware of the CCTV footage, surely as a fair officer, you are with that.
Let him finish the question. Go ahead.
When you were made aware of that CCTV footage, surely as a fair officer, you are, you went back to the scene and looked at it for yourself, correct?
Objection, relevant.
If you can answer, did you or did you not?
I did not.
You did not. Okay, well, you wear a radio, right?
That is correct.
And you surely radioed someone to go retrieve a copy so you can see it for yourself?
I did not.
Well, it's been 3 years, right?
That's correct.
During those 3 years, you must have at least returned once or twice to go get the footage, right?
I have not recovered any footage.
Have you had time to review all of the other reports in this case for today?
Let me hear the next question. I'm going to overrule. What's the next question, sir? Can you answer that question? Did you review the documents in this case? Reports, whatever the question was.
Did I answer no? Or?
Was the question
Sure, I'll repeat the
reports?
question,
All right, go
yeah.
ahead.
Did you, when you were preparing for today, did you review any other reports, all of the reports?
Not all.
The traffic accident report, for example?
I did not.
Sustained.
During your investigation, you were made aware that other officers looked at that CCTV footage,
That's correct.
and today you have not brought a copy to show the jury, correct?
That's correct.
So you arrested, charged, and now we've tried Mr. Sinatus without showing any of the video, correct?
Can you repeat this question?
Did you not understand it, officer? You arrested Mr. Sinatus, right?
Yes.
You charged him with a crime,
Yes.
and you haven't reviewed the CCTV footage, right?
That's correct.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Officer Gonzalez, what were you told about the CCTV footage in this case?
Objection calls for hearsay.
That's
Overruled. Go ahead.
I was told by the supervisor on scene, Sergeant Restore, that he personally reviewed the footage on scene and nothing captured the actual incident.
So did you have any reason at all to go and collect any CCTV footage?
I did not.
That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Witness is excused. All right, state.
State rests its case.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to leave your notepads at your seats, please. I'm going to send you out for a few moments. And we'll address some matters with the attorneys, and then we'll have you back in. Please do not discuss the case. Thank you. And we'll advise for the jury. You can just step right outside. Thank you.
Robert.
Thank you, Chris. Everyone can be seated. Thank you. All right, if I could hear from the defense, you're going to be making first motions at this time.
Yes, and at this time, the defense will do this first motion for the acquittal.
Chris, let me give this to you. I have the deposition transcript. Thank you so much. All right, counsel.
Thank you, Judge.
Mhm.
Renewing all defense's previous motions and objections, we move for our first judgment of acquittal. When viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the non-moving party, in this case, the state of Florida, the state has failed to prove a prima facie case as to aggravated assault with a firearm as it pertains to Ms. Sharon Moore. Throughout her testimony, Ms. Sharon Moore testified that the firearm was pointed at her granddaughter specifically. Through the testimony of Ms. Quenisha Spencer, also the state's witness, she also testified that the firearm was pointed at her person rather not at Ms. Sharon Moore. That is one of the crucial elements that is required to prove a prima facie case of assault with a deadly with a firearm. And for that reason, Your Honor, we move for a first judgment acquittal as to one count.
That's count one,
Yes,
correct? Mhm. Did you want to address anything else right now before, in terms of the judgment of acquittal?
If I may have just a moment to confirm.
Sure.
Judge, just so that we're very clear with what my argument is at this time, Ms. Moore specifically never testified that the firearm was pointed at her. She testified that it was pointed at Ms. Spencer, and for that, we will move for first judgment acquittal as to count.
Okay, thank you. Let me ask you right off the bat here, State. The testimony that I recall was that the firearm was pointed in the direction of the granddaughter, who is Miss Spencer, right?
Right.
And Ms. Moore testified that she actually stepped in front of her granddaughter to protect her granddaughter.
Correct, Your Honor, and
Okay.
that did not immediately cause the defendant to change position or put the gun down between putting the gun in both of them. Ms. Moore testified that she was hoping that he would shoot her instead of her granddaughter, and she feared for her own life. And furthermore, they were standing in the same vicinity, holding on to each other, so she was directly in the line of potential fire. And the testimony rendered by the state today was very clear about that.
All right, so the state's position is, even though initially the testimony was that the firearm was pointed at the granddaughter, that Mr. Sinatus's actions did not change once the grandmother stood directly in front of her granddaughter.
Correct. Ms. Moore testified that she was afraid that he was going to shoot, and that she was afraid for her own life. So under the elements of the statute, the defendant was brandishing a firearm and making threats. He had the apparent ability to make good on his threat to discharge the firearm. And in the mind of Ms. Moore, she had a well-founded fear that he was readily able to shoot her if he wished.
All right, so let me ask this. The act of, this is the element, the act of, in this case, Mr. Sinatus had to have created in the mind of, in this case, we're arguing about Ms. Moore, a well-founded fear that violence was about to take place. So is it the state's position that Ms. Moore did not have to specifically testify that the firearm was pointed at her?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
though I think that it's clear that it was.
And then there's the other element that the defendant intentionally and unlawfully threatened either by word or act to do violence to. Now we're talking specifically to Ms. Moore. So is it the state's position that circumstantially,
Well, we're directing the back, Your Honor. Ms. Moore did testify that the defendant stated, I should shoot y'all motherfuckers, plural, right now.
okay, all right, that was her testimony. Whether or not the jury finds it credible is another point. All right, any further response? Oh, the first motion for judgment of acquittal is denied. I believe the state has made a prima facie case as to both counts, 1 and 2, as to the crime charge, aggravated assault with a firearm. Next issue would be my inquiry of your client. Okay, and my understanding is from when we spoke previously on the record was that you did not intend to call any witnesses. I don't know if that has changed, but you'll need to let me know that at this time.
At this point in time, that has not changed.
Okay, so other than your client, do you want a moment again to speak with your client? You go ahead and speak with your client. I can send the state out.
Sure.
Yes, sir. Go in the jury room, sure. Let me start again. This is the time during trial. If you wish to testify, this would be the time to testify. Have you discussed this issue with your lawyers? And you understand that if you do testify, the state could ask you if you have any prior felony convictions. And they could only ask you that question. If you did, they could not go into the content of any prior felony convictions. I don't know what your status is, but I want you to understand that if you testify, they could ask you those questions, and the jury would be aware of the fact that there would be a felony conviction. Juvenile convictions, all right? In terms of whether or not the jury would ever know that there would be any juvenile convictions, that is not something, as far as I understand, that the jury would be made aware of. Whether you have any juvenile priors, okay? So the state could not ask you about those. Have you made a decision as to whether or not you wish to testify? All right. And what is that decision? You do wish to testify? All right. Has anyone forced you into this decision? Threatened you in any way? Promised you anything? You understand that your lawyers will ask you questions, and then the state can respond in cross-examination in response to your responses, and any reasonable inferences that can be drawn from the responses you have given in your direct testimony. Okay? You discussed all of this with your attorneys? All right, very well. Oh, did anyone force you into this decision, sir? Mr. Sinatus, has anyone forced you to testify? Has anyone said you better testify, Mr. Sinatus, or, you know, you're going to lose the case or be found guilty? Anyone say anything like that? You've heard me instruct the jury a number of times that they could not consider, if you decide not to testify, they can consider that in any way. You understand that? All right. In addition to that, in the instructions, I would not give the instruction that you didn't testify. If you do decide you're going to testify, which is what you just said, then the jury would be instructed in the standard instructions that you are to be treated like any other witness in determining credibility. Okay, your lawyers also discuss that with you. Okay, counsel, are there any further questions you want me to ask of your client with regard to his decision to testify? Mm-hmm.
Just to clarify that if he doesn't testify, you'll read an instruction saying what he suggested.
If he does not testify, the jury would be instructed that he did not testify, and therefore the fact that he did not testify could not be used against him. All right.
Thank you.
Okay. So what would you like to do, Mr. Sinatus? You still wish to testify? All right. Very well. Okay. Mr. Sinatus is going to testify. He'll be the next witness. Let's bring the jury in. Also, I need you all to look at the jury instructions now. Start looking at them. Yeah, I have them here. Yeah, I have the copy here. I'm going to give you the edited copy. Now, what this does not include, only thing not included are the lessers. Okay, and I did not include, I said aggravated assault and assault. But aggravated assault is not a category 1 lesser. It's assault is a category 1 lesser, but the other is improper exhibition of a firearm. The question becomes whether or not that is a lesser that I am to give, improper exhibition of a firearm. If it's subsumed within the language of the aggravated assault with a firearm statute. Okay.
All right, was yours?
right, everyone, please be seated. Thank you. All right, defense.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to call next.
All right, Mr. Sinatus, would you please raise your right hand? And Chris, would you swear on the witness?
You solemnly swear from the testimony about the
Come on over here and have a seat, sir. All right, sir, and if you just keep your voice loud and clear, and you don't need to sit too close to the microphone as long as you keep your voice loud, all right? All right, thank you.
All right. Mr. Sinatus, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Well, you need to speak a little louder than that, sir. Thank you, that's fine,
All
sir.
right. How old are you, sir?
31.
And how old were you at the date of this whole incident?
28.
During June 27, 2018, were you employed?
Yes, sir.
And what were you doing?
Security at my beach resort hotel. And also, community rooms.
Do you need any special certifications to become a security guard or anything like that?
Security license, cover the other license, maybe gun license, or whatever other.
Okay. Did you have a concealed weapons permit as part of your security guard
Yes,
job?
sir.
And was that valid at the time of this incident?
Yes, sir.
Back in 2018, were you in school, anything like that?
I was enrolled for SAE, which I recently graduated, auto engineering, which I graduated recently. And I'm currently
You gotta speak up a little bit, but on the overall, go ahead.
I was enrolled for SAE, which I recently graduated, auto engineering, and currently attend Miami-Dade College Course Academy.
You're sorry, you're
I
currently
currently
attending,
attend Miami-Dade Course Academy.
taking classes?
Yes, sir, entrepreneurship, marketing.
So let's go back to the June 27, 2018 incident. You remember what happened on that day?
Yes, sir.
What were you doing that day leading up to this accident?
Making my way to work because I was called in for extra shift. Extra money is always good to provide my family.
And this was in the daytime or
In the evening,
evening?
like around 10 o'clock, I was supposed to start at 11 o'clock, so I was trying to make it before 11.
Okay. And were you operating a motor vehicle, walking, riding a bike? Driving. Okay. By yourself?
Correct.
How far was your job from, I guess, where you started from?
At the moment, I resided in Overlock Gardens, 140 plus, and the scene of the event was Fleet Street. My job was maybe 10 minutes away, Miami Beach, and on the left.
Okay. Now, during that day, were you involved in a car accident?
Correct, sir.
Do you remember kind of how it happened or no?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury what, in your own words, what happened?
Basically,
Sure.
personal work, I would say some accidents, personal work. Bad accident, my first real accident. I never been in an accident. I've got about car as a kid before I walked in all the nonsense. I don't take nonsense, but I don't take too much time on that. But bad accident, all the airbags deployed, glass broke everywhere, blood. So
Hold on, we'll get there, okay? So you said it was a bad accident, right?
Right.
This accident, did it upset you?
Somewhat.
Okay. Now, were you also injured as a result of this accident?
Correct.
Okay. And do you remember what you were feeling in terms of injuries when you were involved in this accident?
I was just more concerned about still being alive, because I don't know about experience, but it's like you can't tell if you're alive or dead in that type of situation. I just know it's real serious. All the airbags deployed, glass broke. I just wanted to make sure I was alive, so I tried to get out of the vehicle as soon as possible.
Okay. And you wanted to get out of the vehicle as soon as possible. Why?
I don't know. I just was thinking the car was gonna blow up or something like that due to the accident being so crucial and so impactful.
Okay. At any point, did you exit your car after the accident?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was going through your head when you exited your car?
Just, am I still alive? Like, I've never been in an accident. Like, I had an accident beside me in my car. So it was like my first accident. And just making sure I was still alive. Just like,
Okay.
you're alive, you're okay. You didn't, like you're still physically able, like no limbs or anything is injured. Like you're still able.
Did you ever come into contact with the other driver, right? You said it was an accident. So was there another car involved in this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ever make contact with the other driver?
Some quite for briefly.
Brief moment, okay. Fair to say you were angry and upset?
Correct.
Fair to say you were in shock?
Correct.
Now, at any point when you were interacting with the driver, did you realize you had a firearm on you?
After like mid debacle, seeing the blood all over me, staying with the officer stayed, I was like, okay, where's this blood coming from? Where's the blood coming from? And then at that instant, I made sure to check my person.
1 second. You just made a gesture that you were kind of looking
Yes,
down.
exactly.
What were you checking for something? Like
Yeah,
your person?
like that's when I came to, because it was a bad accident, so I'm still in the days, getting out of the vehicle, still trying to come to, the aircraft deployed, I had bruises on my face,
Okay.
quite in the day.
And when you were checking yourself, did you realize you had the firearm
That's
on
when I called, I had the firearm, so it was like, where else could all this blood have come from? It's already on,
you? Okay. And where was the firearm?
it was almost on my wrist.
Okay.
The firearm was
yeah,
on my
sure.
waistband.
Okay, very good, thank you. Mhm.
Just remember to speak up,
Yes,
okay? When you realized the firearm was on your waist, what's the first thing you thought?
I hope it didn't accidentally misfire or go off due to impact.
Why would a gun accidentally misfire?
This is a sensitive paratrooper due to the impact being so crucial.
All right, well, he's explaining what he thought, so I'll overrule that. Go ahead.
We talked, Mr. Stennis, are you familiar with firearms?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned earlier you had the concealed weapons permit, right?
Correct, sir.
Part of obtaining that permit, were you required to go through any classes or training?
3-day training.
Okay. What did you learn in those classes?
Basically where to not carry a firearm, like malls and certain places.
Right.
How to make the firearm safe and like the rules, the steps. If you're not licensed, like if you don't have a permit to the firearm, you're not a permit.
Understood. So
If you-
basics
if you set
about-
rules. Basically,
Basics about the law.
basics.
And you're not an expert in firearms, correct?
No, sir.
But you lawfully owned a firearm
Correct.
and you, at the time, were aware how to operate,
Yes,
right?
sir.
So, accident happens, you realize the gun's on you. What's your next step?
Try my best to make it safe, to make sure that the gun didn't fire, take the gun off of me, to check myself and make sure that there's nothing in the head, make sure that no one's fired.
Now, you wanted to make sure it wouldn't misfire. Is that in any way related to the car accident?
Yes, sir.
In what way?
Because
prior to the accident, it was on my person perfectly fine. But after the accident and all the damage, all the airbags deployed, me being in the days and the impact, it could have somewhat shifted the firearm being so close to the crash.
I mean, when this impact happened, how fast were you moving?
I can't recall if fast enough for that.
Fast enough, right? And the other car was moving as well, right?
Yes, sir.
So, to make the gun safe, what did you do?
First thing is take it off my person out of the holster and point it down.
Hold on, I'm sorry, where did you point the weapon?
Point the firearm down because it's weird. So it did. I was already like bruised from the accident. Point it down, remove the magazine, the clip of the gun, slide it back, make sure it's in the head, and slide it back again to reconfirm that it's in the head.
And how long did that take?
Maybe like a couple of seconds.
So it's fair to say you had it on, it was loaded,
Yes, sir.
right? And then you removed all the bullets from the gun?
I would think it was one in the head, but due to the shift of it, impacting the accident and moving forward, I think it probably like shifted due to the missile.
No, I don't think you understood my question, right? You demonstrated this now with your hands, the thing you did, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
the position of the gun, right?
Yes, sir.
And you showed the jury that it was, the barrel was down, right?
Correct.
Now, when you wrapped or pulled back the slide, why did you do that?
To make sure there was no rounds in the chamber.
Were you successful?
Yes, sir.
Did you see a round fall to the ground?
Correct.
Okay. And the magazine, what did you do with the magazine?
I placed it in my pocket.
Did you ever put it back in
No,
the
sir.
gun?
No, sir.
So, at
And
any
I put
point,
it back into the holster.
Officer Pastor, I believe it was him that testified that he removed the firearm from you with the magazine in it. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Excuse me, sustain.
And you were patted down by the police. Where was your magazine?
My magazine was in my pocket and the gun was on my purse.
Were there any live rounds in that firearm?
No, sir.
Covered up.
No, sir.
Why didn't you just do this in the car?
I was trying to get away from the vehicle, after the accident, the influence and so forth. I didn't know what would happen. Nor did I remember I had a firearm at the time.
One moment.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Snaps, at any point on June 27, 2018, did you point the firearm at Miss Quenisha Spencer?
No, sir.
June 27, 2018, at any point, did you point a firearm at Miss Sharon Moore?
No, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Steve?
Mr. Sines, you couldn't hear for the entirety of testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
So you heard when the officer said that you were found involved in the crash.
Yes, ma'am.
You ran a red light on June 27th, 2018, didn't you?
No.
So you saw that red light, you decided you were gonna go anyway, that's what happened, right?
What's the other trying to
It was yellow turning red, you said you're gonna risk it, right? That's what happened?
rush to work, ma'am?
You were rushing to work, exactly, so you were driving really fast, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Over the speed limit, probably.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Over the speed limit, probably.
Objection, Roberts.
Sustain, move along.
But you were driving fast, right? You just said that.
Objection, asked and answered.
It was sustain.
So then you ran the red light and did you see that car before you hit it? Like you were going so fast, you didn't even see the car before you hit it, correct?
I don't think I hit the car.
So you don't think that you hit the car after you ran the red light? Is that your testimony?
If I passed the light, how did I hit the car?
So your testimony just now was that you ran a red light. Yes. Obviously, you know that there was a car crash.
It's not,
You know that your car was involved in a car crash with another car.
it's not.
You know that they had the green light. Because you were here all day.
All right, I'm gonna sustain. You've asked the question. Go ahead.
So you heard testimony all day. You heard that Felicia Spencer said she had the green light. And you just said right now you had the red light.
The
Sorry?
light was red. So yeah, like I said, I was.
So first you said you ran a red light, and now you're saying the light wasn't actually red. So which one is it?
Light was turning.
The light was, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
sir?
yeah, it was turning like.
It was
yellow,
turning.
Yellow, going, and I thought I could make.
The light was
Yeah.
turning according
The
to
same way you
the
did
gentleman.
traffic to all the way.
Right, but this wasn't just a traffic ticket, it was a car crash, right?
It's not
And you said it was a bad car crash.
sure.
And you know that you were the one who the police determined where it fell.
Objection.
Overruled,
Relevance.
overruled.
It's not.
You were wearing a burgundy shirt that night, correct?
Right.
You were here and you heard the 911 calls that those bystanders made to the police.
Right.
You heard that those 911 bystanders, those people who called 911, saw you with a gun in your hand, right?
It's not.
You know that Queenie Spencer saw you with a gun in your hand.
It's not.
You know that Sharon Moore saw you with a gun in your hand.
It's not.
You know that that second caller who called 911 saw you with a gun in your hand.
It's not.
And you also know that Queenie Spencer says that you pointed the gun in her face.
Right.
You threatened to shoot her.
No, man.
So is it your testimony that everyone here is lying except for you?
Objection. Improper form.
Sustain. Rephrase your question.
Do you think that the person who called 911 and said that you
Yes, I
were,
had a gun.
Objection.
Sustain.
Improper testimony.
Sustain, counsel. Move along, please.
you said you've never been in an accident before, correct?
Not a car accident, but that's.
Not in a bad accident.
No, 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 I hate that car.
And that it made you angry that you were in a car accident this time, right?
Not really, just upset.
So you were not angry, you were just upset.
Big for work.
Okay, do you remember seeing the post-Miranda statement that you made to Officer Gonzalez today here in trial?
That's not.
You remember how angry you were in that statement, right?
I was allowed to call my employer to inform that.
Now, my question was, you
Yes, ma'am.
remember
Yes,
that
ma'am.
you were angry in that statement, right?
Upset, but
Right, you were yelling,
upset, but
so you were yelling, so yes.
loud. Louder than this. It's not.
And you said in that statement that you got out of the car and you were like, what the fuck, is that correct?
That was a thought. I was thinking of what.
Okay, but what you said in that post-Miranda statement is, I got out of the car and was like, what the fuck?
It's like an expression, not an action.
I'm just asking what you said to the police after Miranda.
Well, my
Asked
home
and answered.
It was asked and answered.
is.
Said that it was said. Go ahead, next
You
question.
also said in that post-Miranda statement that you said to Quenisha Spencer, bitch, you fucking hit me. You did not say that in your post-Miranda testimony? Is that your testimony too, that you never said that?
It's not.
So you said that, did you have a fire? Like, so you. So, okay, it's already, okay, so I still need one. Those it was already, so when you yeah, yeah. So you're go to and do it. Once at any point in time, did you go up to the two ladies? Do you recall that? I got called several times. Just talk to be in the same space. Yeah, okay. Okay, you can say, well, I ain't trying to be like, hey, let's story. Because their vehicle was way off where your vehicle was in. Your vehicle was in the intersection, but you see the median road, your vehicles are in a grassy area. So, yeah, well, the phone. Of course, so stressing for you. Right there,
You have a concealed carry of a firearm permit, correct?
ma'am.
So to get that permit, you have to take some safety courses, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you know that you should be keeping your firearm safe at all times.
Yes, ma'am.
And that night on June 27, 2018, you said that it was loaded while you were driving to work?
No, ma'am. It was loaded like it had magazines and all, right?
Right, yes, so it was loaded when you were on your way to work. And you had it in your waistband on your way to work as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Not holstered.
Is it concealed? It has to be concealed.
I
It was
understand.
in the holster, correct?
It was, so now you're saying it was inside of a holster.
On my waistband. The
was-
the waistband is on my waist, but in the holster on my waistband, not just in my waist.
Okay,
Like a
so,
phone clip or so.
I'm sorry?
Like a phone clip, but I can say the phone's on my waist, or so.
I see. So when the officer said that it was not in a holster, they were lying?
Objection.
Sustain, excuse me, rephrase your question. Sustain is to the point.
Yes, ma'am, that's the question.
So you know that since you have a concealed carry of a firearm permit, you know that you're not allowed to point that firearm at other people.
Of course,
You know that you're not allowed to threaten their
of
lives.
course.
And you said you were in a haze on direct examination after that accident happened.
And what?
In a haze, you mentioned on direct examination, it was hazy for you after the car crash?
Coming to due to the impact of the accident.
Sure, but you remember everything perfectly still.
Yes, ma'am.
And you know that the officers testified today that the magazine was inside the gun when the officers got hold of it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But you're saying that that's not true either.
Yes, ma'am.
And you've been sitting here this whole trial, and this has been a 2-year trial, correct?
3.
3 years, that's true, 3 years. And in all this time, you've had contact, obviously, with your lawyers, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Sustained. Move along, counsel.
And you've been sitting here since 8:45 this morning, would you say, is that right?
Correct.
And you were here yesterday for trial too?
Yes, ma'am.
So you had all this time to come up with your story, right?
Objection. Improper questions.
Sustained. Rephrase your question, counsel.
You had this entire 3 years plus both days of trial to come up with what you're gonna say today on the stand.
That's screenshot several times. Yes, ma'am.
But the answer is yes, correct?
No story. True. Yes, ma'am.
One moment.
Mhm. Any redirect, counsel? Okay.
Nice.
Yes, sir.
All right. They played this video for you again, right?
Yes, sir.
Using a lot of bad words,
Correct.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're using those bad words because that was an indication of how you're feeling.
Expression correct.
And why were you feeling so upset?
Was late to work. I wasn't allowed to call my employer to inform him of the accident, and I didn't go to work because I'm doing that advice to my family issues.
The swears in the video, right?
Yes, sir.
Was that verbatim conversations you had with the individuals on scene?
No, sir. It was expression like what the like you like a thought, not an actual conversation with anybody. Just like you don't put a toe on the side of your thing, like shh.
Okay.
You didn't.
All right. I have no further questions.
All right, very well. Sir, you may step down.
Thank you.
Defense?
You got no witnesses to call me right now.
All right. Very well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you now to please again leave your notepads at your seats. We're going to go take a break for about 10-15 minutes, and I'll have you back in and let you know what we will be doing next. All right, thank you. Please don't discuss the case. All right, everyone, please be seated. Thank you. Is the evidence still in the,
I was gonna just.
yeah, okay. Make sure that gets, what does that come up there? Okay, that's fine. All right. Defense, your motions?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, the defense reviews all previous motions and objections, and we move for our second judgment of acquittal. When viewing the evidence in light most favorable to the non-moving party, in this case, the state of Florida, no reasonable juror would be able to find Mr. Mendez guilty of aggravated assault with a firearm. Our argument is going to be in two facets, Judge. The first will be no reasonable juror will be able to find Mr. Sines guilty of aggravated assault with a firearm as it pertains to Ms. Sharon Moore. Relying on the same arguments that we made for our first judgment of acquittal, there was no testimony from Ms. Moore stating that the firearm was pointed at her. It was pointed at her, from her, based on her testimony, it was pointed at her granddaughter, Ms. Quenisha Spencer. The second part of our argument, Judge, would be as to both counts. Relying on the case of Wallace v. State, the site is 240 Southern 3rd, 872, Florida, 1st District, 2008. The first DCA found the trial court erred in denying the defense's motion for a judgment of acquittal. In Wallace, the state of Florida charged the defendant with 2 counts of aggravated assault by threat with a deadly weapon, the weapon being a motor vehicle and a key. The defendant appeared at the alleged victim's home, notwithstanding an injunction. The alleged victim in Wallace admitted the defendant did not swing the cane like a baseball bat or a golf club, rather he affirmatively responded when asked that the defendant pushed the cane toward him. Following the state's case in chief, defense moves for judgment of acquittal on the grounds that the cane was not a deadly weapon and it was not able to be proved that the victim had a well-founded fear of the defendant. In this case, the court in Wallace supported its finding of withholding from murder v. State.
Slow down.
182 Southern 3rd, 724 at through page 726, Florida 1st DCA 2015, which held whether an object is a deadly weapon is not to be determined until its capability of producing death, but rather on its likelihood to produce death or great bodily harm. Similarly, in this case, while the weapon in question is a gun, there has been testimony to support the fact that Mr. Sines removed the magazine or the clip and the bullet emptying the gun. Without its bullets, it's not likely the gun would produce death or great bodily harm. So I would move that the court will rely on this case law and find the defense as to a second judgment.
Okay. State?
There was testimony by the officers that when they collected the firearm from the defendant, the gun was loaded. It's not the case that no reasonable juror could find that the defendant committed 2 counts of assault with a deadly weapon because there's sufficient evidence to support a finding beyond a reasonable doubt that the gun was loaded.
Okay. What else? Anything further on the issue of whether, I asked it before, whether there has to be direct testimony to establish the well-founded fear
There was direct
element
testimony by-
creating in the mind of the victim that violence was about to take place
As to Quenisha Spencer, there was direct
as
testimony.
to the grandmother.
As to Sharon Moore, there was direct testimony from her that the defendant threatened to shoot and kill both of them, and that she was standing in the immediate vicinity of Quenisha. She was holding her tight. They were both directly in front of him, and the gun was so close, she testified that she could have reached out and touched it. It's not the case that no reasonable juror couldn't find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was threatening Ms. Moore's life with the firearm as well.
All right, well, the overt action, one of what the state would have to prove in terms of the defendant is one thing. The second aspect is what would be in the creating in the mind of the victim a well-founded fear that violence was about to take place. So the defendant's actions have to be intentional and unlawful, a threat either by word or act to do violence. Okay,
And
so the statement itself and an inference that the weapon is pointed in the direction of the grandmother, since it was pointed at, according to the granddaughter, at her.
Yeah, Your Honor, the testimony was that at the time, Ms. Moore was holding Quenisha against her chest very tight. She was putting her hands over her mouth to keep her quiet. The defendant could not have been pointing the gun at Quenisha without also pointing it at Ms. Moore, and she testified that he threatened both of them.
Okay. Anything further?
Yes, Judge. Like Your Honor mentioned, it goes towards a well-founded fear. Ms. Moore, based on her testimony, placed herself in front of a firearm that was already supposedly being pointed at Ms. Spencer. There's, at that point, if you're placing yourself in that situation, the act that Mr. Sines allegedly did, it was already in motion, Judge. It was already happening. So there was no additional overt act or no additional threat that was made specifically directed to Ms. Moore. So with that being said, they haven't met the elements as it pertains to Ms. Sharon Moore specifically.
That's inconsistent with the testimony. It was already pointed in their direction. She testified that she turned her body so she would be covering the vision, not that she was not in line of fire, and then she stepped into the line of fire.
Okay.
Right, and she still never said the firearm was pointed at me.
I understand she didn't testify directly if the firearm was pointed at her.
Correct.
Okay, but by her testimony, and I'm going to deny the second motion, by her testimony, it's by using reasonable inference based on her testimony and the other testimony and evidence presented in the case. The jurors need to decide, and it's their case to decide whether or not the witnesses are credible, including your client has also testified, and whether or not your client's actions were that of an intentional threat, either by word or act, to do violence to either of the individuals, and whether their testimony establishes sufficiently beyond a reasonable doubt that a reasonable person would believe and have a well-founded fear that violence was about to take place. So, for those reasons, I am going to deny the second motion for judgment of acquittal.
The state requests leave from court to recall Ms. Sharon Moore as a rebuttal witness.
Okay, now, a rebuttal witness after a defendant has testified with no other witnesses. Okay, what additional testimony do you proffer that the witness would be presenting?
We would inquire about whether the defendant's story was feasible from her perspective, whether he was.
No, you can't have her testify or comment about the,
I would not have her testify directly about what the defendant said. As far as I know, she doesn't know what he said. I would simply be asking her questions about what she experienced.
Okay, that's something different than what you first said. First, you said she was going to testify whether the defendant's story is feasible, and that's she can't testify or comment on someone else's testimony, including the defendant. So,
right, that wasn't my intention.
All right, what is the basis for you wanting to call her as a rebuttal witness?
Because this, in light of this new version of events, the state would want an opportunity to question the victim about whether there was any way she was mistaken about the actions that he was taking with the gun at that point. How long he had it out, how far away from his vehicle and the rest of his belongings he was when he was supposedly making a mistake.
Yeah, but that's, the purpose of a rebuttal witness, okay? If it's to essentially repeat what she already testified to, that's not really rebuttal. That's cumulative. She's already said that. The jury has heard her testimony, and the jury has heard defendant's testimony, right?
That's correct, Rose, but she was not specifically questioned about whether she could possibly be mistaken about what he was doing with the fire. If there's any way she misinterpreted his actions.
No, I don't think so. Not for that purpose. Is there any other basis for you calling her as a rebuttal witness? All right. You have anything you want to say?
No, Your Honor. I mean, it's the court ruling on the request.
I'm waiting to hear if there was any final comment. What, anything further?
No, Judge.
All right, so I don't see, I would understand you if you had any other reason to rebut the testimony other than her just coming in to repeat essentially what she's already testified to, or ask her whether she's mistaken or not. That was her testimony. She was cross-examined, and then the defendant chose to testify. So I don't see any basis for any further witnesses or rebuttal on those issues.
Okay.
Anything further from either party? All right, you both rested in front of the jury. I've completed all the rulings on the motions, so we are at 10-4. We've already discussed that you think you'll need at least about 30 to 35 minutes or so for closing. I think that both sides have indicated that, right? All right, if that were the case, we wouldn't be complete with closing until probably close to 5 o'clock. And then I would be instructing them. And that would take about 15 minutes. So they wouldn't get the case today until at the earliest 5:15. I'm not comfortable with sending them out to deliberate at 5:15. I'd like to do closings and go right into instructions and getting them deliberating. Okay, so saying all that, I'm going to send them home now. And I have them back tomorrow, 10 a.m. sharp. I have a calendar in the morning. When they come back at 10 a.m., the courtroom will be ready and we can conclude the proceedings. Okay. Once they leave now, we'll do our final charge conference. I need to discuss with you the issue of what lessers, if any, you know, the category 1 lessers are going to be given, and I need to have the verdict form prepared. Okay? All right. So that's being said. We good with that, Robert?
Yes, Your Honor, one of the jurors needed to leave by, I think she needs to pick up her son like around 5:30.
Yeah.
So I just heard it, I was gonna bring it up, because she was kind of worried.
Right. And so that works out very well.
I'll be.
And we'll conclude the case tomorrow.
Perfect.
All right.
I'll be grateful.
Very good. Thank you. You all got a copy of the second draft of the instructions?
Yes, the document.
Okay, I cut a lot of things out, but, right.
And those that's.
Yeah, well, that I've given some of the instructions already in the course of speaking with the jury. So.
All right, for the jurors.
Everyone be seated. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, kind of a close call here in terms of time. I don't want to keep you late tonight because once you start deliberating, we let you work. And we still have to have closing arguments because both parties have rested their case. And then after closing arguments, I instruct you on the law. And then at that point, you begin deliberations. So given that it's close to 4 o'clock, we're going to break for today. We're going to conclude the matter tomorrow. I'm going to ask you to be here tomorrow. You'll have a little extra time in the morning. I'm going to ask you to be here tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Okay. Robert will let you know where to meet him. And then you'll come into the courtroom. We'll proceed with closing arguments. Then I will instruct you. And then you will commence your deliberations. All right. That way, no one has to feel uncomfortable about the time. And we are a little kind of at a weird time in the day. Okay. So, so Robert, you'll speak with them outside?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very important, ladies and gentlemen. You're sworn as jurors in this case. Please, please, you've heard all the evidence and the testimony. Okay? Don't do any research. Don't try to gather information. Don't try to look anything up. Don't try to speculate. Okay? Don't start forming any opinions because you have not heard the final arguments of the lawyers and I have not instructed you on the law. Okay? Again, don't conduct any independent investigation. That's not evidence. You can only rely on what the evidence is and ultimately reaching your verdict. Can't talk to any of us. Can't talk to any witnesses. Don't talk to anyone, in fact, about the case or with each other. Okay? There may be a temptation to do that, but we're very close to concluding the proceedings. So continue, please, to maintain the integrity of these proceedings. This admonition applies to everyone in the courtroom, staff, the parties, everyone. Please, no communication or contact with the jurors. Even a pleasant hello can be misinterpreted. If you see them, just walk away from each other. Okay, if you have any questions or issues, you speak to Robert privately and he'll bring it to my attention. And we'll see what we can do to resolve it. You're welcome again to bring lunch or snack. You brought your sweaters if you were prepared for, not quite as cold in here, I guess, maybe because we're a little smaller and we've been in here the whole day, kind of warmed it up. Maybe that's just me. Your juror parking will continue to be taken care of for you. And I think that's pretty much it. Okay, so you'll leave your notepads here. They'll be kept in a private place. No one's going to review them. And then they'll be redistributed to you in the morning. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll ask you to be here if you can, please, by 9:45. By 9:45, I'd like to start at about 10 o'clock if possible. Very well. Have a pleasant evening.
All right.
That would have been another $80 for the juror that we released.
That's true. All right, everyone, please be seated.